Statistici. Tak rozpoczęcie kamerą.
Gruppani hisobini aytyapman.
Jadi to'qqizta. To'qqizta. To'xtang, to'xtang. Nima aytsang endi? Mana men deyimga tursangiz, zo'r bo'ladi. Bir minut. Endi boshinglar.
Yana bir narsa qilyapman, nima endi?
Master.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, sorry for my voice. Once again, Assalamu alaikum. Post technical strategic mission event strategies for higher educational establishments, institutions, excelling in QS, times higher education rankings. I'm really glad to have you all here, both in person and virtually. So we can see in Zoom also many representatives from different universities. And still, there are some regional and national Erasmus office representatives and some universities from Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan as well. So we have felt your good vibes. Assalamu alaikum once again to you as well. Exactly today and tomorrow, you will delve into key topics about international rankings, about advantage and disadvantage. In some cases, we are thinking, do disadvantage outweigh its advantage? Yes. So as exactly here, point as two sides, we will deal with problematic issues of global rankings as well. So here we have our great expert, Professor Ellen Hazelborn. Yes, she's right now from the airport. It's like a one hour, yes, that you are in Uzbekistan. So welcome in 2 hours. So as we have sent you in attachment basic information about Professor Ellen Hazelborn, I will give you some basic information about her, some achievements. So Ellen Hazelborn, she's a world-renowned expert not only in university rankings, but in higher education policy as well. And today she will be our guide through complexities of global rankings. Professor Ellen Hazelborn, she's currently serving as a joint managing partner of PH Associates, and she's a professor of Technological University of Dublin and joint editor of policy reviews in higher education. She advises many international organizations, so including Ireland's Department of Further and Higher Education, World Bank, UNESCO, and many universities and ministries globally. And Professor Hazelborn is widely recognized for her research on university rankings, quality assurance, policy making process, having published extensively on these topics. And her exactly work spans over 2 decades, influencing policy making, institutional development in higher education systems worldwide. So we have such a versatile, multifaceted expert, and I think we are really lucky because for 2 days she will be our guide, as I told, in order to get through all the complexity of all global rankings. Once again, thank you, welcome. And in addition to that, we have our national experts, our leaders. We have a representative from our ministry. There's a Zilman Rashalic, head of international and national rankings. And we have our higher educational reform experts as well. He will be also our main speaker. He will share with some best practices from his own university case studies, because he represents one of the leading university in Uzbekistan. We have the other experts as well. John, yes, I think I haven't seen him today, but tomorrow he will share his case studies from Technical University as well. And I also will try to speak about SDG implementation, the best tendencies, how exactly we can implement that in university context. Are there any references or no tendencies? We will discuss these problematic issues as well. And this one is hosted by our university, National State University of Uzbek Language and Literature, in collaboration with National Erasmus Office in Uzbekistan and with Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovations under the framework of Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. So exactly, there's 3 collaboration, 3 partners, and we are doing it. It's actually, I think, beneficial event for everyone. And here I would like to stress out the role of National Erasmus Office in Uzbekistan, the role of Ezgi Karimova. She's our leader, and exactly no, it's not only active, it's not only active in organizing such events, but exactly as one of the here in that system. NEWA helps us to shape up our mission, how exactly we can do amendments in higher education policy reforms. What exactly we should take into consideration while we are while we are writing roadmap of the university. What basic steps we should do in order to get through some obstacles? Because the main mission is not to be on, let's say, higher position of ranking, but firstly to strategically shape up correct roadmap of the university. And Nemo here exactly helps me a lot, and I think he also can confirm this my words. Yes, that's why we really adore you. Yes, Dr. Kariman. And before giving you the floor, I would like to highlight some contributions, exactly personal contribution, which I got from Nemo as an expert, as a specialist. Yes, in system. So, floor is yours, Isaac.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Our special thanks should go first of all to the host university, to the Tashkent University of Uzbek Language and Literature, to our higher education reform expert Nazlia Nurmurodova. So please adapt to the acronym HERE. HERE means Higher Education Reform Expert, but you will listen several times during the day. Special thanks should also go to the our expert, just arrived, Professor Ellen Hazelton. She was presented very well by Nazlia, so I will not add. During the day, you will receive a lot of compliments. I hope. And also, it's a pleasure, great pleasure for me to announce this seminar is not the national one, but the regional one. And we are very pleased that our colleagues, that our partners joined us virtually from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. It's a great pleasure. And again, I would like to underline this, the technical assistance mission is one of the key activities of the National Team of Higher Education Reform Experts. And without ministry support, without ministry assistance and efficient, constructive support, it would not be possible. It was last year when the topic of the terms have been adopted, approved by the ministry, and now we are implementing these terms. Please. We are really happy to have with us on the board today Göbek Rakshanovich Umar from the ministry, who is directly involved in the managing of the ranking issues at the ministry and helping the universities to enhance their ranking. So we prepared some slides. I hope that it will not take more time. So I would like to represent the current team of the National Erasmus, of the National Higher Education Reform Experts. So in person, we have Nazlia, Ilham John, we have Zumrat from Samarkand Institute Economic and Service with us. We have online Javlonbek Rahmatullah from Andijan Machine Building Institute, hopefully Nurbek Kabila from Karshi University is also with us. And we have team manager Habibullah Nasira from the Tashkent University of Information Technology. I should underline that this university was the first who started to introduce ECTS and also became the grant holder of Erasmus Plus capacity building in higher education project. So, and this is really very great slide prepared by the National Erasmus Plus Office. Just to mention the completed term this year, which took place in April in Samarkand. The team was approved by the ministry and supported. And we have, you see in blue, we have the follow-up event, which is not, which now is become compulsory part of the technical assistance mission. So we have today the initial event, with the participation and with the great contribution of the European expert, but we should also have the follow-up, which will take place mainly in Uzbek, in order to cover the whole country and to involve more people and to disseminate our outcomes and mainly recommendations how to improve the rankings. There are some points that I should definitely underline during my speech. That this autumn we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of EU-Uzbekistan cooperation in the field of higher education. We started in 1994 from campus, so we benefited of 20 years in campus and almost 10 years in Erasmus+. So it will be a big event, but actually all events during the autumn organized by HERE's Higher Education Reform Expert and the National Erasmus+ Office will be dedicated to this anniversary. So please join us for any further events. And now it's, I think, right moment to underline what comes up planned until the end of the year. We have the next one, which will be hosted again because it was initiated by Nosleahon. Strategy. No, it's today.
Yes.
And we and we have the follow-up event, which will be organized in Uzbek language on 27th of September. We will see if there will be needed, or maybe we can invite Ellen again to contribute online on 27th of, or maybe any other day. So we are in Erasmus, we are very flexible, we are improvising, so we can do something else in order to cover more people, to involve more people. The next term will be hosted again here, and it will be on the topic, ensuring the quality of education in the digital age, solutions and challenges. Here and the Post University, but this time, unfortunately, it will be online. Why? Unfortunately, because the National Erasmus+ Office in Uzbekistan, so we are insisting the sphere, the contracting team in Brussels, to have more in-person events, because so nobody will not, so everybody should accept that online have some disadvantages. The next one will be on the topic of green education concept strategies in higher education in the National Research University, hosted by Ilham, initiated by Ilham, and approved by the ministry. So all these events, they are listed on our calendar, which regularly is updated on our website. But please, again, look to this at this slide. We have forthcoming Erasmus+ event week in October, which is coinciding with the Worldwide Erasmus International Days. So please join us. More details you can find on the website. We have announced the call for papers for those who benefited of international credit mobility. The second, the most popular action direction of Uzbekistan. And we have also announced the call for papers for our journal. We have 2 issues per year, initiated by the National Team of Higher Education Reform Experts, under the title Perspectives of Higher Education Development. So, Hélène, it's now also the invitation going to you, and inviting you to contribute to our journal as well, in any further issues, please. Again, I would like to underline there's a majority of experts of the recent national impact study. They underlined that without campus and Erasmus, it would be impossible to have the rapid modernization of higher education since 2017. The Tempus and Erasmus contributed a lot, and in the universities of Uzbekistan, thanks to Tempus and Erasmus Plus, I hope the same should be underlined by my colleagues from Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, or Kyrgyzstan, and Kyrgyzstan. They would like confirm this as well, that their university enrich their experience of cooperation with the European universities for development of joint master degrees, for establishing the new programs, for introducing new courses, for the creating new unique scientific laboratories, and all these contributions, they had a very significant impact on their international ranking. And the last point that I would like to draw your attention, this is the upcoming event. I've already mentioned it, the calendar, the NEO calendar, which is regularly updated and available on our website. You can see all forthcoming events until the end of the year. You can easily join contacting the National Erasmus Plus office by email, mainly by Telegram, through Telegram channel. And today is really a very important event for us. It's the second technical assistance mission. We have the European expert in person here in Uzbekistan, which is very important. I would like to wish all participants today, not only in person, but virtual participants, to enjoy the presentation, to be directly involved in lively discussions, to think about future project proposals, because the next call for proposal is coming. And now it's good time, by the end of my speech, to represent the team manager of the National Team of Higher Education and Reform Experts, Habibullah Nasirov from the Tashkent University of Information Technologies. I have already introduced you as a first grant holder. Again, our thanks to the host university, personally to Nazlia Fond, and special thanks to the Ministry for their further assistance for dissemination of today's results and outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Exactly as Zakarina mentioned, today's discussions, it would be really great if all participants will be engaged in discussions, in breakout sessions, because there is a great expert. Yes, there will be really interesting speech. We should gain advantage from it. That's why it would be great if there will be interesting discussions, not only, let's say, getting something from theoretical point of view. We should fix it from practical point of view as well. And yes, I'm sorry. Actually, I missed mentioning, and congratulations with our achievements of the university, of the host university in ranking. Please, could you please detail list all these achievements, because it's important and directly linked to the sorry. It will be not modest, but I will give only archaeological information. So exactly this year, Paris Higher Education announced impact ranking results, yes. And according to this result, our university, Tashkent State University of Uzbek Language and Literature, was being ranked in 300 plus place, and one sustainable development goal, especially SDG 5, we was ranked in 10th place. So it is like a great result. If we compare, let's say, the latest result in Central Asia region, it was first university who was being ranked in the 10th position, yes, especially in SDG 5. Sorry for my voice once again, but you will stand because I will be motivated for today and tomorrow. So, as I have mentioned, there are some national experts and our leaders, yes, and there is a representative from our Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovations. I will give the floor to Dilma Grashanovic. He's the head of Division International Ranking, and he will share some best practices of rankings, yes, in educational landscape, what exactly right now we have, and what would the institutions face right now, what basic opportunities and challenges do we have? The floor is yours.
Good morning, dear colleagues, distinguished guests. On behalf of the management of Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovations, I would like to welcome our distinguished Ellen Hazelcorn, who is conducting today's important sessions. I believe that her insights and expertise will benefit our local universities. Uzbekistan is a country where all sectors are developing rapidly, and education sector plays an important and very vital role within these reforms. As a ministry, we are actively working to develop higher education, strengthen international cooperation, and use foreign best practices and expertise to develop this sector. And one of our closest partners is National Erasmus Plus Office of the European Union. And taking this opportunity, I would like to thank head of the National Erasmus Plus Office in Uzbekistan, Aziza Karimullah. Thank you very much for your continuous support. Without your support, we couldn't organize this seminar in such a bigger format, because as you mentioned earlier, we have some regional participants. It's also a pleasure to share expertise and results of Uzbek universities with our colleagues at Central Asia. I would also thank the host university, as also Aziza Karimullah mentioned earlier. JIT University, a couple months ago, together with the team of this university, we were celebrating the outstanding result of this university in global arena, where they were ranked as the best university in Uzbekistan in impact ranking, and also top 400 in global, according to the information by THE. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to present this event to discuss the topic of academic excellence and rankings issue. And I would like to tell more briefly about Uzbekistan pathway to educational advancement. Of course, as we all know, in our concept note for the development of higher education sector until 2030, we have a strategic goal of inclusion 10 leading universities into top global rankings. Of course, it's a challenging task for us, but it's not just about numbers. It's not just being in these rankings. There is much more behind this goal. Of course, nowadays, rankings such as QS and Times Higher Education are increasingly shaping today's reputation of higher education institutions. They are not just reflecting the academic excellence, they are also reflecting students' choice of universities. They are reflecting research collaborations and also partnership. However, as we work towards modernizing our education system, it's essential to remember that the rankings is not end goal. Our goal is to build academic excellence of our universities. We need to build research-based strong universities that will be leaders in global arena. So, of course, why rankings are important? This is the question for today, and I hope that Professor you will answer to that question. But also, I think that it's very important for us today to build our brand, to build educational hub in this region. As you can see, we have some progress in international rankings. We have 2 universities represented in world university rankings. It's our Tiame National University ranked in place 547 and also National University ranked 781 and 719. And also we have 7 universities that are ranked among the best top 1,000 universities according to impact rankings. This is also one of our latest results in ranking, which shows that we are keen on continuing these reforms. Ministry of Higher Education plays a crucial role in this process, and we are committed in providing policy support and also financial resources to support our institutions. As you can see from this slide, we have consultancy projects with both QS and THE, where we support our leading universities. Moreover, in cooperation with Elsevier, we have a subscription for 130 higher education institutions to use Science Direct database. Besides that, we also create opportunities for our universities to develop their international cooperations. And for instance, for the first time in the history of Uzbekistan, last year and earlier this year, we organized national pavilions of 10 leading universities with the events hosted by QS and THE. Also, these events helped us not just to have collaborations with leading universities of the world, but also to increase the brand image of the country as a hub for education in this region. Also, also, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovations has a national ranking of universities, where we not just provide and assess our universities, but also by this tool, we help our universities to prepare themselves for international rankings. National ranking also helps us to have kind of a competition between our local universities. And later on, I will show some great examples of how our national ranking was a start for rapid development of research and innovation within our universities. And but as you can see here, we are revising our national university rankings methodology to make it more closer to international rankings such as QSMTG, so that we prepare our local universities to global arena and we develop the expertise within these universities. So, in this slide, you can clearly see that this is the publications in Scopus. Well, for Kazakhstan, for Uzbekistan, for Belarus, and Kyrgyz Republic. So, with the green indicators of Uzbekistan, for example, in 2019, we established national ranking, and after that, you can see the research output was almost double at that period of time, and then it increased. Of course, there is a gap between Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, but still, it's a positive trend, so that we can see the latest trend in development of research and innovations in last year. So, in order to build academic excellence, of course, we must focus on several key aspects, which is one of regions, of course, research output, academic reputation, innovations in teaching. And also, I believe that we also need to maintain the collaboration between education, between research, and also industry. This is also highlights from our national ranking, where we also track almost all indicators of our higher education institutions. And also here we can see that field orders and state grants and grants provided by foreign scientific research also remain in a high tendency. And this is also our latest national ranking results, where we also differentiate our universities in terms of different categories. Like, for example, Tashkent Medical Academy is the best university in Uzbekistan for the share of foreign teachers, and Tiamen Medical Research University is the best according to the number of articles published in scopes. And also some other examples of our universities. And also I want to highlight here to the number of, as you can see, field grade citation impact. Usually it's believed that the global average is 1, but due to recent reforms in this field, the field of higher education and the field of research and innovations, you can see we have double average in this indicator. And this is the publication share by subject areas. As you can see, environmental science, energy, engineering, physics, and stuff like so. They are one of the largest shares, and also person planetary science. And this is also the division how we publish publication activity in Uzbekistan in terms of different areas. And this gives in chart show of the usage of Science Direct. As I mentioned before, we providing full access to 130 higher education institutions, and this is the usage statistics. And according to information provided by Azovia, last year we had increase in references by 63%. We have increase in publications and also citations. So in conclusion, I want to say that Uzbekistan journey towards academic excellence and having university rank national rankings is a part of our educational reforms. And I think that, as I mentioned before, our focus should be not just achieving numbers, but also providing and having the excellence in research and innovations. And then the results of the rankings will flow afterwards. Also, I think that my colleagues who work at the universities, we are not competitors to each other, but on the other hand, we should be working together in order to compete with best global universities. So I want to ask all my colleagues here to unite and share our expertise, share our knowledge, experience to each other so that we achieve excellence in this job. And I believe that this seminar will be an excellent opportunity for our local universities to shape their short, middle, and long-term strategies so that they become more internationalized, more research-oriented, and compete with best global universities. So once more, I want to thank the organizer of this seminar. It's a great pleasure to speak at this event, and I hope that it will be beneficial for all of our higher education institutions. And I hope that it's not our last event. I'm sure that as a ministry, we are always happy to organize a series of seminars related to rankings. Thank you very much. Have a great seminar. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you for a great presentation, which summarize many items in educational landscape right now. Current reforms which you have mentioned. I really like the idea about university grants. Right now, exactly many universities they are competing, yes. And when global ranking, like 6 or 7 years ago, when global ranking process was being started, at the beginning, many universities in Uzbekistan, they want to be at a higher position, yes? Because we do not know some pros and cons, we do not know what specific items to roadmap of university we should include in order to strive academic excellence. We need something down, yes? Yes, it is a healthy, let's say, competition, but anyway, we do not know some implicit details which we should take into consideration. In that case, I think as was being mentioned by head of division, yes, in ministry, a university needs some brands. It should be recognizable, and this brand can make university be unique. Because each university they have a directions, and these directions can overlap still. But anyway, the strategic vision of university can be unique. It will be something specific which can describe one university mission, vision, yes, and all the activities which exactly we are doing. That's why it is really a valuable course. Thank you so much. And the next speech, it will be our main lecturer. Yes, I have given a description of our professor Ellen Hazel-Cohen. Yes, that she's a renowned expert not only in global rankings but in higher education policy. And the lecture will be about what exactly we should know about rankings. Yes, we have heard so many words, so many statements, but still. We will listen from our expert for feedback. So the floor is yours, please.
Hi, it's a, where is the? Is the presentation? No, where is the presentation?
So it will not be here. It will be only here.
Okay.
You can.
Okay, all right, okay. I have to, it's a different way. You don't have a little table here. No. No, no, okay. So I think I might sit down. Because I have my notes, but. I don't want to. I don't want to pass the screen.
Oturar mıydı?
How's it? It's okay. Thank you very. So first of all, I want to thank you very much for your very kind invitation. To come to respected I've never been in this part of the world, so I am really delighted with the opportunity. So thank you very much for that. I'm very familiar with the peers and higher education reform experts. And what is happening over that. I have worked with the Lebanese group.
أسرة
For quite a while and know them very well. And then indeed, I have written the 5-year strategy for higher education in Lebanon. But, because that's directly related to the other, but, so I understand the HERE project and I want to support you very much in that. And everything that you are doing. Resources. Right, okay, you give me that, maybe. I don't want to stand in the way of that, and I had some notes, so it's just really probably a bit better. I would like to encourage discussion. I am going to say things that you about rankings and about how they operate and the kinds of things that you need to think about. And I appreciate very much the push and congratulate Uzbekistan and the universities on your achievements. But I also want to put the role of rankings and rankings in a wider context. As has been stated by yourself from the ministry and also by Marcella, is the whole thing about ranking are an end to building quality and performance. And I certainly will be stressing that both in this and the second part. So I want to start by just asking that question. What are the best universities? And how do you know they're the best universities? Are they the ones that focus simply on looking at research? Or are they those that focus on student learning and learning outcomes? And what students and graduates go on to do after they have finished the university? Are the best universities those that are slowly around their global reputation, or those who are engaged actively in what we call civic engagement? Active in their communities, active in working with small businesses, active in working and developing new techniques for your society? Or are they focused on something else? Are the best universities those that use the indicators adopted by rankings and simply go after that? Or are they those that choose indicators that best support their mission and objective and societal values? Which are the best universities? So I'm going to look at these issues. I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to explain where rankings came from. I'm going to say something about what they measured. I'm going to talk about who uses the rankings and why, and then I'm going to give you some issues to think about. And then in the second talk later in the day, I will look at that in a wider sense and talk about how you can use rankings strategically, but also alternatives. So let's look at some of these big macro trends. These are the big issues that are impacting on higher education globally. And so when we talk about increasing global competition for talent, and this issue about knowledge being a key factor, international competitiveness, the importance of talent, by this we basically mean graduates, people with knowledge and skills. And we talk about knowledge and skills in the knowledge society, and we look at the cross-border flow of students and graduates and professionals, and how there's a huge competition. So these are some of the kinds of big changes that we see. Second of all, we're looking at the shifting geography of who's involved in research, development, and innovation. And we see that there's a wide number of countries now involved in research. It used to be dominated basically by a few countries, Germany, France, US, and then China. But now we've got over 40, over 50, over 60 countries now. And you see that when you look at the top 500, you see the wide range of countries that are now involved in rankings. And so that gives you an idea about the fact that we've got a much more diverse growth of countries that are involved and universities that are involved in university rankings. And these kinds of networks are increasingly important. We see the whole movement around open science and the ability of people to collaborate. And if you think about COVID and the discovery of vaccines and so on, what we had was over 100 different universities around the world, all contributing, not just universities, but also private research and other researchers joining together to solving those issues. So we're looking at a global science field, a global pattern of working. So when we also then look at this issue about increasing attention on what I would call performance, quality, and accountability. The big move around rankings we're seeing to fill a gap around the issues of how you compare countries or compare universities internationally, because there isn't really any data out there that does that. We have OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. It looks at primary and secondary schools. It measures through PISA. It looks at adult learning. It measures through TIMSS. So, but we don't have something that looks at and benchmarks at the higher education level. And so rankings came in to do that. Now, it's important to realize as well is that when we look at what OECD does, and it's the major organization internationally, it doesn't rank organizations, it talks about different good practices. It serves as benchmarking. Countries make different choices, they make different decisions. So it's important to realize that when we look at the issue of quality, quality is probably the key factor that underpins and is the most important issue for you to consider and for your universities to consider. What we mean by quality is another issue. So when we then move on and we look at what I would call the geopolitics of rankings, it's really the point that, as you said yourself in the initial conversation, is that being nationally good is probably no longer good enough. We need to we operate increasingly in the global world. And we also know that to succeed and so on, we also know that looking at educational performance and so on is within this wider comparative and international perspective. We look at how are you doing compared to others. That's what people want to know. That's what you want to know. That's what international students want to know. And so we could say that rankings are an inevitable outcome of an internationalized higher education or a global landscape, of a method to effectively find some kind of comparison. But there's a lot of issues around it that I think you need to understand about how rankings work, what their advantages are, and what their disadvantages are. So the first thing is that we also look at this issue of quality. Sorry, I seem to miss the slide somewhere. Okay. There, I'm gonna jump to this and then go back. Sorry. So the important thing to say that when you look at issues around quality, there is no international definition of quality. None. So, and I'm gonna say straight out, rankings are not a definition of quality. There is none. Quality, it's not quite quality is in the eyes of the beholder. But each student, each person is looking for different things out of an institution. So there's no, it depends on, so as I said, there's no definition, there's no there's no agreement about what indicators should be used. There's no sense about, much less how to improve. It's not just a simple answer of saying context matters, but context does matter. Everyone has their own perspective. This is evidenced by the different approaches. It's evidenced also by the fact that if you look at the different rankings, they all measure different things. So there's not an agreement between UNESCO, OECD, and the World Bank. There's not an agreement within countries. And I want to come back to that because that's where you have a really important role to play in working out what does quality mean to Uzbekistan? How are you going to measure that? So the emphasis really is increasingly when we look at issues around quality, we have tended to look primarily around teaching and learning. Increasingly, we are looking at a wider range of issues, not just on teaching and learning and the learning, and we're looking at the learning environment, what makes that learning environment important. And it is changing. You're going to talk about digital, that is changing fundamentally the way in which the learning classroom. We're moving away from classrooms, looking at a different form of learning. We're looking at research and innovation. So we're not just looking at publications, we're looking at the impact and benefit of work, of research. So there's a big move away from measuring publications. And we're also looking at issues around civic engagement. To what extent is the university involved in this community, in developing, so that big issues are not just what we would call the input factors, it's the outcomes and the impact. So when rankings developed around 2003, I was working as a consultant to the OECD. It started the first project on rankings in 2006. And I've been working on it since then, and along with the OECD and the International Association of Universities, we did a big survey of rankings, and the rest is kind of history. But rankings have been with us for a long time. The key thing to say is that they've been around, as I said, since 2003. The rankings started, they have a life that started in the early 1900s in the US. So they have a much longer history than what we are familiar with. And the kinds of stuff and matters that we are talking about are big changes in the way in which we see higher education. And I see that in the declaration that your government has produced about the numbers of people they want to have in higher education. So we're moving from what we would say is elites to universal participation, where we have more than 50% of the population in higher education. In Ireland, where I live, we have almost 70% in higher education. Now, that's a lot, and there are issues around that. We are moving from a national to a global orientation. And we are moving, as I said, from traditional research indicators. I was a vice president for research for 8 years. I was a vice president for 20 years. 8 years of that was a VP for research. So I've worked in this field. So we're moving away from that to focus, as I said, about learning outcomes. What happens with graduates, what graduates can do with the knowledge they have. Not just memorizing, but what you do with what you know, equity issues, widening access, issues around engagement, societal impact, and fundamentally public value. What is the public value that higher education brings to society as a whole, not just to a few elites? So. Hold on. Is there a reason this isn't moving? Oh, thank yeah. Okay, so let's see, what are rankings measured? Okay, so as I said, why are rankings there? And what are they? Rankings provide a comparative information, complex information in a very simple and easily understood way. So it's a list. People like lists, it's simple. I've come to Tashkent, I want to know which is the best restaurant, I look up on Google and it gives me a list and I go. So people like a list. So rankings provide a simple list of where, which rankings of which universities they think. And they appear to satisfy a demand for transparency and public information. Because heretofore, without the information, as I said, no comparative, people, they either talk to their neighbors, they talk to their parents, they hear things, they hear gossip, they hear information comes down, well, they must be good, the same names repeat themselves all the time. We see it in the movies. I had one student say, we see which universities are the best, they're in the movies. And, you know, so the information was very poor and very limited. So what are they telling us? Well, there are information to students or students as consumers, students about what they can expect, what are the kind of benefits I can get out of it, private benefits, how much can I earn? They're cued to employers, and often employers use them as a simple recruitment mechanism. They may be acute to governments. Governments like to know how well are our institutions doing, and they want a simple list out of it. The public, they want to know if their taxes are getting value for money and the institutions are doing well. And the institutions themselves want to benchmark themselves. And so we have, these are the main indicators. You see here, this is the Shanghai, the academic ranking of world universities, and we have the Times World, and then we have QS. And they have different indicators. I'll come back to them. And I have given a paper that on indicators, because, which I'll come back to, because of the importance of understanding what the literature says about the indicators that you're using. They may seem to be a good idea. What does the literature say about using these indicators? So we've got a wide range of kinds of indicators, and you see that they use academic rankings. The Shanghai ranking is the only one that's stable. In other words, it hasn't changed since it first developed in 2003. The Times, Higher Ed, and QS change their rankings often. Their methodologies often, the percentages they have often, they change. And we could discuss why they do that. That's done. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so what do rankings measure? So let's look at the first side. What do they measure? So they tend to measure research, which is predominantly in the sciences, and you do a lot of the sciences. So it measures that it's a focus on citations. In other words, I write something, how many people repeat that or reference what I've written, that's a citation. They measure things around student and faculty characteristics. In other words, how busy they are, entry criteria often to the university, faculty-student ratios. They might look at employment, they might look at salaries. They might look at internationalization, the percentage of international students vis-a-vis the total number of students, how many international students. The more international students, the better. We'll come back to those. They measure things about reputation. So what are your peer, and they send out a survey during the year, how many of your peers, what do they think? What would they rank as the most important universities? What would employers rank and what would students say? And they tend to emphasize in the main elite universities with elite high achieving students. That's basically what they're focused on. We can talk about the indicators. What don't they measure? Well, they don't measure anything around teaching and learning. Because you can't measure teaching and learning by numbers. And look, staff-student ratio is often seen as an indicator for teaching and learning, but it's a meaningless indicator. It's not the, yes, we're not talking about 500 people in classes all the time. Okay, I get that. That's not a good place to be. But that, as the OECD will point out, you can look at South Korea, who's doing exceptionally well and has higher student numbers than do other places who have poor outcomes. So it's not the numbers of staff students, it's what you're doing in the classroom and how you're teaching and what the quality of that teaching environment is all about. And they don't do things what we call the added value. In other words, if you recruit only smart kids from elite backgrounds, are you adding much to these students that they already didn't have themselves? And so we look at this question about what is added value? What is the universities adding to the students? How are they improving and increasing the knowledge and so on? So they don't measure the arts, humanities, and social sciences very well because they don't produce the quantum of institutions. And so on the plus side, basically, as I said, it's bio and medical sciences. Basically, universities with a medical school do best. They don't measure the impact and benefit of research, what the EU is now increasingly talking about in terms of impact. What is your research doing and how is it impacting on improving society? What is its benefit? And we look now at the whole issues of the co-production of knowledge and involving citizens and others in developing it. They don't deal with the question of regional or civic engagement, which again is one of the core issues we talk about. They don't look at the quality of the student experience because it's not measurable in simple indicators, and they tend to ignore our non-traditional students. In other words, mature students, adult learners, people from lower socioeconomic categories, widening participation, and so on. So we have a clear thing about what they do measure, which are where we can find simple numbers for, but the complexity of learning is not part of the picture. Here's the other thing, that when we look at the rankings, what they tend to measure, these are two separate columns. They don't add up. But what is, sorry. Okay, so the Shanghai rankings are 100% measuring research. That's all they measure. They also included that Nobel Prizes And they include other things about awards that people have gotten from the big major global awards. Oh. What happened to our-
Watch, watch. Isn't that so? That's it.
Marcel Sabin. Intervashno. Marcel Sabin.
I think.
Okay, it's no worries, just 1 second.
Okay, we're back again.
Yes.
That's okay, right. So the others, you see how much emphasis they give on research. The other thing is how much they focus on reputation, in other words, surveys by others. And so in the main, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that in the main, what rankings are measuring is research and reputation. If you thought they were measuring issues around the quality of learning or education and so on, no, they're not. Hard to measure that, hard to assess it. And generally, what they're telling us is that the best universities are those that are 200 years old. They've got a limited faculty of about 2,500. They are highly selective because they're bringing in quote smart elite students who go on to do well because they were already at that level. And then they go on and they get good jobs, and then they do surveys and they tell everyone how great they are. And they tend to have, in US terms, at least an endowment of $1 billion. And something I'll come back to is that they've got an annual budget of at least $2 billion. Annual budget, not a once-off investment, annual budget. So, and just as an indication, I'll just move on with this, but this is just an indication of the size of the endowments. This is the money that people have given to them and that these universities have invested. So if you look at the top 20, most of them are US private elite universities. Okay, so who uses rankings and why? So lots of people use rankings. In the main, the biggest users are probably students. They may be domestic students under national ranking, or they're international students. Public opinion is a big user in a sense because as soon as the rankings come out, they fill up the newspapers and they make a lot of attention. And governments often use them. But they are also easily and negatively influenced. So surveys might show that if you remember that, as I'll come back to it, you don't control the rankings. So going up may be a hard effort, but everyone else is trying to go up. Falling is worse. So it's not just a one-way street. So always backward. So who uses them? Domestic undergraduate students, international students and faculty, postgraduate students, research students, governments, academic partners, other universities use them, employers, sponsors. We have a whole list of people. And when your taxi driver mentions rankings, you know that. Okay. Okay, so what do people want to know? Well, in the main, they want to know something about the teaching and learning. They want to know about the quality of it. They want to know what's going on, the learning environment, the culture, the quality of the experience. What am I going to get out of this? They want to know about your levels of specialization. Are you actually any good in this? I want to do something in social care. I want to do something in, civic engineering or public health or arts and the cultural industries. I was dean of our faculty of all the arts for about 14 years. Hugely impact. So, they want to know where you're good, the level of intensity, your expertise. They want to know about graduate expectations. People want to know about career because they're looking, if I do this course, what can I do with it afterwards? What are my opportunities and chances? They want to know about the quality of the people who are in the universities, the teachers. How competent are they? What's their expertise and their track record? They want to know about research, doctoral education. How is their performance benchmarked? They want to know about their capacity and internationalization, their efficiency, how well are they doing vis-a-vis the funding they get, and so on. People want to know how well these universities are doing. And different users have different needs. They want to know different things because they're different. They have different objectives. In the same way, their idea about what's good or what's excellent will vary. So there's no doubt that rankings are a driver of policy, and we have seen that around the world as to how performance and rankings is driving either governments or universities to make certain kinds of decisions, to either embed rankings as part of their goals or their indicators or their targets, to use them as KPIs, key performance indicators, to measure performance, and also to measure underperformers. Many universities will use rankings as a way of firing people because they're not adding to the university's ambition or the government's ambition. Students and high achievers will use rankings to inform their choice, sometimes by statistically insignificant information points. So the difference between 100 and 105. 200 and between 200 and 250. It's meaningless. Go into the stats, you're talking 0.0000 of a difference. So, but yet someone will think that, oh, they're 200, they must be much better than someone who's only 250. Not true. Not true. Other institutions, as I said, use them, and governments use them a lot. So I'm going to move on this, and we've seen governments universities make a lot of decisions about, and I'll come back to this in the second part, will make a lot of decisions based on the rankings that they've got. So universities may adjust the way they distribute money within their university. So it's often, and this can be both a plus and a minus. You could say those sections that are doing well, you'll get more money. There's always a problem with those kinds of policies, even if they're nationally. So it means that the weaker elements always get weaker. So it's a kind of what's called the Matthew effect. Those who do well get all the benefits. Those who don't do well get less and less of the benefits. It's often used often to prioritize research. Which research will we be involved in? Which won't we be involved in? It may change the way in which you recruit both faculty or students. It may encourage a university to make a decision about closing down the department, getting out of an area, merging. We see a lot of institutions merging when we see a lot of mergers, basically because of lots of changes going on. But some of it is we'll merge, in order to do better. Can we get a better capacity and capability out of this? Can we boost our ability in particular fields? We see a lot of, in this part of the world, and indeed in Russia itself, and this, we see a lot of merging between universities and research institutes, where research institutes were operating independently, now being brought into the university, which arguably I would think is quite a good thing. You know, none of these are, they're all plus and minuses. In other words, you know, how you do these different things matters. But this is some of the kinds of things people do. They might identify journals that faculty should publish in. So they would say, we want you to publish in this journal and that journal and this journal. And if you publish in these journals, they'll also give you some money. That happens. Or we see people who are seen as research stars doing really well, being rewarded, they get better labs, they get extra salary, they get this, and others are then, well, if you're not, you're put into teaching. So teaching is a punishment as opposed to the research side. And you then need to think, well, is that fair? Are we really looking at the balance between teaching and research? Because remember, as I said, they basically measure research. And then we've got issues around student choice. I'm sure you can see these slides later and read them, but you know, the issue of student choice, particularly as I said, for international students. I've talked to international students who know nothing about a university except that they were highly ranked and so they applied to go there. So and all looking at these kinds of issues. So rank is important, it resonates, it gives a kind of thing, oh gosh, did you hear so-and-so is going to such and such a university? Gosh, that's really fantastic. And you see all this social status type stuff. So there is a strong correlation between rankings and what the OECD calls perceptions of quality. They may not be quality, it's perceptions of quality. And that's the OECD's term for it. So, and you see this as whether or not, as I said, the qualification will be recognized. I spoke to a faculty member, a student, she was doing a doctorate. She was in Vietnam, she's Vietnamese, she was doing a doctorate in Japan. And she said the people at home in Vietnam said, why are you going to Japan to do this? Why aren't you going somewhere else that's got a higher ranking? Well, she wanted to go there and study what she was studying. So, but we also have to realize that what students think, international students are, and mobile international students are a very small percentage of the total number of students worldwide. They're probably less than 10% of the total number of students. And they are a mixed group. You know, people do things for different reasons, they go places for different reasons. So just to always be careful that you're measuring something that's meaningful. Okay. Okay, so a few things to think about and then we'll go on. So some of the advantages. Okay, so rankings are, as I said, they're simple, quick and easy. You just look at a list, they give you the information you want in a really simple way. And they seem to compare performance and quality in a way that provides, as I said, that simple measure. They inform choice, they are beacon to attract and attain mobile capital. So companies follow that sort of stuff. They're give you an assessment of scientific research in a way. They signal what to expect. and arguably an accountability tool. So where countries have very weak quality assurance systems, they might turn to having a national ranking as a way of kind of saying who's doing better. And the idea, I get it, there is an idea of internal competition. It may not always be the best policy move. But they also have given, they have heightened attention around quality and performance. And there's no doubt that issues around the SDGs are a really good example of how you put them into a ranking and now everyone wants to run after the SDGs. Question is whether or not that impact ranking actually measures any of that. But I won't go there. So there are huge advantages about down to its simplicity. But there are also huge methodological weaknesses that it's important to understand. First of all, as I said, there is no such thing as an objective ranking. There is no international definition of quality, and there's no international agreed list of indicators. Okay, and the evidence is never self-evident. What you're looking at is never quite clear what it is. The measures are rarely direct because they're through it, they consist of indicators that seek to get at that information, but in a way that can be difficult. The choice of indicators and the weightings that are applied to them are always the result of the ranking organization. They're their choice, there is no agreement on it. And some weightings favor some universities and disadvantage others in an arbitrary fashion. It's just the bounce of the ball, how that works. So, as I said, no internationally agreed way to do that. The second big issue to keep in mind is that they're not value free. So that the choice of the rankings, each one is a different concept and each person has a different concept of quality. I have views, you have views. The rankings have views. And so, as I said, the methodology isn't rigorous, the value judgments of the different rankings, so there's no consistency in it, and the methodology changes quite frequently. So, what's some other weaknesses? Well, it tends to promote what we call as a single model of excellence. That if you come up with, meet all these indicators and you do well in them, then you're excellent. But as I said at the beginning, which are the best universities? And are they those? What we're doing is taking a complex organization and reducing it down to about 5 indicators. So that in itself is a problem. And then we add up the scores and come up with a single digit. And then we order them. So it's an ordinal ranking. The second thing is that academic quality is a complex issue. And yet we've reduced it to quantification. And so it's another difficulty about what I call finding meaningful indicators. And I use the word meaningful in a big sense because does this actually tell us something that's meaningful? So I pointed out staff-student ratios, we use that often, but is it meaningful? Is it actually telling us what's going on in the classroom and the quality of the learning? Not really. And it often encourages very perverse behavior, what we call chasing rankings, and where the indicator becomes perverse because we're now over-focused on a particular indicator to the detriment of everything else. So just. Yeah, so when you are looking at it, just to maybe throw in something else, a very, well-known saying from Einstein, which was on his door in his office. Not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. And important to understand that. So when you are using ranking, or if you are using them, take care, one, about the information you're communicating to the public and to students. Many UK universities have been challenged by the consumer watchdog in the UK because of their misinformation about rankings. Okay, be sure to communicate the shortcomings. Your institutional decision making, nor should your policy, in my view, be driven by rankings. They should be avoided for research assessment. And doing research assessment is an area that I know a lot about, but aside from that, to see that growing increasingly across the EU, we would never use rankings as an indicator for research assessment. And decisions for or against participating in a ranking exercise should be clearly understood. What are the shortcomings? What are the advantages? And what are the disadvantages in doing this? And you have a duty, it seems to me, to educate your stakeholders and everyone else about the uses and the misuses of rankings because of other people's also misinformation. So that just ends there. So I'll leave it at that and I'll come back to some of the other issues later. Sorry, thank you. So we sort of ran over.
Thank you so much for informing that amazing presentation. This is very good explanation. I will come along. Yeah, we need one collective photo before moving to the and for Zoom chat, we have more than 30 questions.
Okay.
Will you try to answer exactly in breaking out session? Is it okay for you that it will collect something, maybe something that may overlap maybe?
Well, some of might overlap. I'm happy to answer the questions. We have an exercise, we have a couple of exercises. One is for you to go off and talk about what are the advantages and disadvantages, and when you may use them or when you wouldn't use them. And I think rather than me talking to people, we need to talk about it.
Okay, well, that is, in breaking out session, we will be starting. Stop the rules here.
Well, we'll see. Yeah. We can come back to it, but I would like to take the question.
Okay. So what is important?
Rahmet. Yani içime yapını yaptık ha. İşte duralım diye yaptık.
Alo. Aleykümselam. Da bir oğlum. Ne yapıyor? Ha.
Qachon boshlanar ekan? Assalomu alaykum.
أستاذ السلام عليكم. أريد كلام تقدر؟
Excuse me, when are you going to start? Hello.
А это Карина. Когда ты был, я уже, наверное, как-то в зуме уже, наверное, вмешались. Откуда? Это целый красота. Когда ты смотришь за канал, хорошо, я посмотрю, что сразу. Больше. Assalamu alaikum once again, dear student colleagues. So I will try to talk about Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, the main criteria about Sustainable Development Goal. So before that, our Professor Ellen Hazelworth, she talked about that many exactly items will not be measured by international rankings, that it can be subjective, not objective. So all universities they're doing something, they have functions, they have measures, but still, so many activities of universities were not being assessed. It is not objective, because not all universities can publish more than 1,000 publications per year. Not all directions are really prospective. Let's say about our university. Our university is being established in 2016, really small university. Really small university. It's specific because there is only social and humanitarian science. We do not have exact science. We do not have medicine. We do not have some specific attractive directions which scholars can publish more, let's say 30 papers per year. That's why for us, it's a little bit difficult to be in our world, to be in class in a short period of time. And for such small universities with specific mission and vision, I think Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, it suits well. And that's why in that ranking, we have shown not bad result, I think, for like 8 years university. And that's why, yes, the methodology, it's here flexible and it was being changed every year. Many items were being added, some items were being dropped, yes, and as Ellen, she mentioned, but anyway, I think it helps us to keep track, to exactly see our dynamics. Is exactly we going on a right pathway or not? And that's why I would like to talk about SDG, yes, about best practices challenge, what right now rapid shift we have in our educational landscape. So before 3 months ago, in the framework of Erasmus Plus program, there was a special seminar in Samarkand. It was about third mission of universities. So, and third mission of universities, it deals with the sustainable development goal. Why? Traditionally, we know first mission, it's teaching. Yes, the second mission, it is a research. And right now we have a third mission. It means it's to get impact. The university should be core. It should be the main places which can do some change in students' life, in society life, in government policy system as well. And right now it is a third mission of universities. And SDG, it represents that idea. And in Uzbekistan higher education sector as well, there are so many decrees, so many legal documents were being signed and announced, yes. And the meaning of sustainable development goal was being adopted in many other documents. Firstly, it's a presidential decree about development of universities, yes. The main idea was being laid upon in the document. And so sustainable development goals, all in all, it is a 17, yes, we know about all of them, because this year, more than 46 universities participated in that ranking. Yes, and I think there are many representatives from different universities, and you know what is the SDG, what is the basic criteria, and you know your really strongest point. Many universities try to participate in, let's say, all of them, but some universities, they have taken the strongest SDGs, which they are best for, and by that way, they can show their academic excellence. So the next one, I can also do it, yes, by myself. Okay, so all SDGs, yes, mission is based to enhance economic prosperity and poverty and inequality, yes, and all partnership for collaboration. All these large-scale missions were being represented in all of them. So here also you can see 4 basic parts of sustainable development goal. It is a teaching, yes, research, and organizational governance and external leadership. So about the first and the second, you know, but still they will be dealt here with courses related to SDGs. And research, also large-scale publications were based not only, let's say, specific way of teaching or specific directions which university has, yes, but still here SDG problematic issues should be represented in large scale of publications as well. And here the third item, organizational governance. So here universities should implement their principles of SDG through governance structure. So all universities, they have a roadmap. All universities, they have a strategic plan. And into strategic plan, these items should be implemented. And stakeholders, the authority should take it into consideration because they need it in employment process. campus services, human resources item, yes, or student administration facilities. All this will be supported by third item. And the last one here, you can say external leadership, yes. Here we should strengthen public engagement with cross-cultural dialogue, yes. Outreach is a community. We can hear that term so many times. How we can outreach the community? Let's say many universities, so many students from different regions, from peripheral regions as well, and still universities, except teaching, except doing research, they will have to deal with the other issues as well, with handicapped students, with handicapped, let's say, layers of society. And here, cross-cultural dialogue, outreach community will help to deal with the SDG policies. Sorry. So here I would like to speak about criteria, about survey. While exactly I'm preparing that presentation, I have looked through all UN reports from 2019 till 2023 and have taken some really interesting items which as a responsible person for international rating, I should take into account into my further activity, which exactly I should do. And I will try to speak about them. So firstly, we can see in that presentation, profile of respondents, who are they, who was being taken here. So here you can see the percentage, yes, in that diagram. So the wide range of responses here reflect the unique nature's unique respondents. They try to answer, and all in all here, the highest proportion of respondents hold position leadership level. It's a 39%. The next, it's the other one, 56, yes, and 56 representatives, academic and administrative staff. It's the heads of institutions, students, and for instance, the category of others, it is people whose responsibilities range from technicians, coordinators, outreach employees. All in all, from Uzbekistan context, we've taken 7 universities, one public university, it is a Nordic University, if I'm not mistaken, and there is a Tashkent Medical Academy, Technical University, and last year, 2023, our university results and some respondents also were taken into account. So here you can see the next presentation. When we hear about SDGs, many key items comes to our mind. Yes, many associative words. So it's firstly UN 2000 agenda. Yes, we know about it because the main idea was taken from that agenda. The next is the UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, Global Citizenship Education, and exactly last 2 years, climate change education also was being added. When we hear the term Sustainable Development Goal, inseparable part, also it's right now climate issues as well. And here you can see how knowledge key concepts was being in dynamics. Yes, they year by year, many people know exactly about each term. The same, many continents. So here about continents, I didn't mention. It was taken not only Asia, Europe as well, America, yes, and the other continents, but still in Uzbekistan context, also our university respondents, they know about the 5 items, yes, but percentage, yes, it is differs a little bit, but it is relatively high if we compare with 2016, because in 2016, we do not know about sustainable development. Still, as a global ranking, last 3 years, Uzbekistan is really active and they try to adopt it, put some items in their strategic plan as well. Okay. So here we can speak also 2023 years, yes, how the track is being in dynamics. Here I will look through the numbers. So development here were reported by 40% of respondents from 46% from Europe, 86 from Latin America, 39 from North America, and 43 from Central Asia, yes, and 40 from Africa as well. And here, so we can speak about holistic understanding of sustainable development. So, here, this problem deals with socio-cultural, environmental dimensions, and it represents increased 20% if we compare with 2019. And right now, the track is above more than 49%. And at the regional level, all the regions have mostly 60% plus holistic understanding of sustainable development. When analyzing responses that choose only one dimension, so here you can see sustainable development, the other countries, they choose the other 3 items as well. Here we can see that which level, yes, is much more involvement. So here, the question here suggests difference between engagement and technical leadership. Engagement and technical leadership. In contrast to the previous question, in previous presentation, the academic staff, not those at leadership level, were most often selected 80%. Yes, and another interesting finding is student and leadership. Representatives were selected in similar proportions. It's like a 60% with 64%. And this similar proportion of involvement is being recorded, yes, and also the leadership level was reported as having the highest score total of over decades, starting from 2019 till 2023. And these results suggest that even though students are not perceived as strategic leaders, institutional sustainable development, they are perceived as the most involved in the process. That's it. And here you can see how higher educational institutions engage with SDGs. It varies across universities and regions. Nevertheless, here you can see that highly engaged is 50% in all areas. Teaching and learning is the area with the highest reported engagement. It's 86.2, and followed by research, it's 79.2. And only 3% of respondents indicate they do not know how their institutions engage with SDG. I think we also have some universities, maybe let's say leadership level, academic level, they are involved, yes, in engaging SDGs, but still students are not aware. The coordinators, the other category, like 3%, they are not aware what exactly university is doing. That's why many items were being laid in periphery, and it was being only on explicit level. Implicit level was not being decoded by everyone because it is not being strategically built. It is also one thing. When we have started doing SDG policy at university, firstly, also we worked with our small team. It's like me and my 2 girls. But exactly after 1 year, I have analyzed critically what I have done wrong, because we are on the 300 plus position, and I'm doing like a critical analyzing all items. What should I do as a next step? Then the first thing, they should be outreach. We should outreach the community. Firstly, outreach the students. They should be involved. They should be our volunteers who represent the sustainable development goals. It shouldn't be only patriotic words from leadership level. It shouldn't be only some beautiful photos which was being laid in a website as a declaration part. It doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. That's why we have here, you can see in that poster, we have like a special place, public talks on SDGs, and it really works. And our audience, it's our students. We have taken their feedback, what they are interested in SDG problematic issues. Then we have here called many speakers from different parts of the world in offline and online form, and it really works. Nowadays, I think we have a great public talk, yes, and speakers. But at the first time, we like asked our speakers, please, it would be a really great privilege if you will be in our public talk and etc. Right now, they are really eager, yes, to present something, to do something with our students, and it shows. That's why the dynamics in SDG can be seen. Okay, and then this was if I don't do it. So here we can speak about yes this item. So when we when this question was being asked by respondents, here there are many three difficulties and challenges. It stopped them and made some difficulties implement efforts difficult. So here you can see universities face a broad range of difficulties. Firstly, lack of funding, it's 67%. The same, yes, in Asian context as well. Lack of staff, it's 39%, and lack of training opportunities. So if Asia here, continent Asian universities, lack of funding and lack of staff, it is a little bit higher than European and North American countries. So we can see they maintain that opportunities were one of the most beneficial way for them to increase towards, yes, what exactly should be done. And lack of funding here is challenge shared all around the globe, yes, with regional range responses from 50 to 72. And second biggest challenge in Africa, Asia and Pacific and the Middle East, lack of training opportunities and 50% responses. In Europe, Latin America, the second biggest challenge is a lack of staff, 60% and 39% respectively. And for North America, the second biggest challenge was the lack of new knowledge. It's a 44%. And here I have looked through their feedback as well. And so, for instance, European countries, their feedback was like that: funding for dedicated staff to coordinate and review training programs, which deals with sustainable development goal, it doesn't work in our case. For students, the creation of United European citizenship units in all curriculum. Or let's say from Asian context, yes? They draw critical mass to foster the development of skills, values, and behaviors. So, so many different key opinions. Then, okay. Okay, yes, it's this one. I want to highlight this item. Sorry. So in that diagram, you can see the organization and governance, yes, to reach the goal set by Agenda 2030, yes, institutional strategies and policies are increasingly integrating sustainability in the SDG framework. And respondents here were asked to indicate the institutions as a strategic plan which reviews SDGs to show to reach sustainability development at the governance level. So more than 300 people here responded to this question. 39 indicate that there is already strategic plan, and the other one, more than 30, answered that it is being developed. And the number similar, like at 34%, respondents asked that they have been adopted strategic plan, and it is a 33% if we compare 2019 with 2023. And we can see here all SDGs as 60 SDGs. And according to them, I will try to summarize. Institutions, they are working on all SDGs in more than one institutional area. Nevertheless, some SDGs, such as SDG 14, yes, it's life below water, and SDG 2, zero hunger, record high percentage if no institutional work being done on that SDG. Yeah, it's important to note that for all sustainable development goals except SDG 4, life below water, the response several areas was the most frequent. And for instance, SDG 4, quality education, SDG 5, gender equality, and the SDGs with the highest percentage of several areas, because all universities, they face, yes, this challenge, these issues. It's not surprise here that the second most frequently selected area, was education and teaching. And it was followed by research. These results show that across institutions, these two activities are crucial: quality education and gender equality. In the area of education and teaching, quality education was the most linked to the area's activity. And partnership, it's a 17.1, was not provided as an option in the question because it is universal and compulsory. All universities, which SDG they have chosen, they will have to submit this SDG. That's why it was not being included in the respondent survey. Okay. So yes, here you can see it in much more details. Yes, the percentage, how exactly here research, teaching, community engagement, and initiatives was being in a proportion. And here, as a follow-up question, here respondents were asked to give examples how their institutions work, how they engage with SDGs, and select the responses. Here they exemplify the variation of engagement of SDGs, yes? Because many universities, for instance, right now, all universities in Uzbekistan, whether it is a social humanitarian university, whether it is specific for IT, let's say, they are working with solar panels, yes? It's like a, let's say, universal item, which all universities will have to do it, and it was being described in their strategic plan as well. Or let's say renewable energy on campus. It is also a universal problem, and it doesn't deal with university direction. So it also, because all universities focus on reducing institutions' carbon footprint, yes, and they promote sustainable transportation issues and the other issues as well. Okay.
Competition in governments.
So here we can see the proportion of institutions here has a monitoring tools for sustainable development, and if we compare here the year results from 2019, there is an increase to 20%. It may be concluded that more institutions have integrated some assessment tools into their organization. And if we see a global survey in 2016, 27 universities indicated that they use monitoring tools. Yes, but in 6 years there has been a total increase to 34. Yes, this increase shows that integrated sustainable development is happening is more systematic level. And UNESCO can say okay.
Yeah.
Yes, this one. So here this diagram, which exactly right now we have shown, it is a universal for 95 continents, and I have taken them because like 7 Uzbek universities were taken as a respondent. That's why for me it will be really interesting. And now I have looked through also United Nations website, yes, and UNESCO website as well, in order to know what exactly specific items of SDGs they are doing, how implementation phases are doing, what specific reforms they are doing, and what is the relationship with the universities. because, for instance, as like a representative of administration, I have written, I think, more than 10 times, yes, exactly, to that organizations in order to organize with that United Nations, let's say, with a specific branch, some maybe public talks, let's say, or some small project which relates to gender discrepancy, which relates to carbon footprint, let's say, because we also have some experience and we know how to write the project proposal, what exactly we should do. But unfortunately, there is no like a result. That's why I look through their website, what exactly they have. And so here you can see it's like a budget allocation. How much exactly money was being spent to each SDG. And the university here proportion also was taken into consideration. They have taken some annual reports, I think, from ministry, maybe from a university, or from open access reports. So here, as we can see, the location, it is like open access, more than 90 million, yes, in available resources. And it's clear here that priority has been placed on some several critical areas. Firstly, it's a good health and well-being, SDG 3, yes. The largest allocation is the 1.5% of total resources. It's received the largest allocation. And in order to, I think, highlight the commitment to improving healthcare system, increasing access to quality medical, let's say, services, and ensuring well-being for all. And the next here comes quality education. It's like a 7% of all resources. This aligns with Uzbekistan vision of transforming, I think, education sector to provide more opportunities for young generation. And the next here, 7.8, peace, justice, and strong institutions, SDG 16, yes. Here, resources allocated to fostering, I think, governance reforms, ensuring the rule of law, promoting justice, and etc., etc. And a relatively lower funding here, zero hunger, it's a 4.6, gender equality is 3.3, climate action 5.2, reduced equalities 2.5, yes. And this distribution of these resources demonstrate a balanced, I think, also approach. But we should also here highlight some areas where we can push forward, yes, let's say. That's it. The next one. And really interactive one section they have in their website. It is the main organizations, let's say, whom they are working and what exactly was being done. Their report was being represented in that specific branch, yes. In the presentation, I was not able to do it interactive, but if you click the title of organization, they will be ready-made reports. And it's really interesting because universities right now, like after 2 months, you should submit evidences for SDGs, yes? And it is high time to collect something to reshape the vision of university to do something in a correct way, yes? And it really helps you. I really suggest you to look through the United Nations website, especially this interactive page. Next one. Yes, it is about our university. I will not boast so much because at the beginning I had told about the results, but anyway, here shortly I will summarize that within 3 years, many universities, they participated in Times Higher Education Impact Ranking. And here you can see our university's results. It's 2030 and this year result. So there was a dynamic in all criteria which we have chosen. And if there are some head of departments, yes, here, international rankings, I really should suggest you not to choose all SDGs because it's really impossible to provide really strong evidences. And you should, exactly as a representative of administration, you know the strongest point of your university. You know which point you are really great at all, yes? And why exactly how we are in a SDG 5 in the top 10. So there was a strategic planning and we didn't, let's say, upload one evidence and voila, there was a great result. It was like a 2 years result and we are doing it on a correct way because 92% of our university students, they are girls, ladies, yes. And that's why we should provide specific programs. We should give specific scholarship. They should feel themselves really safe. They should be able to come to our university staff, to tutors, let's say, to some professors, to tell there are some problems, yes, in a direct way. They should be safe corner. And we try to provide that safe corner for our students. And we are able here to show it in a visual way too. Because one thing, it is to organize it, but the second thing, to be able to demonstrate it before the audience, before the international ranking committee, yes, because as I told, to organize one event, it's not enough. And we have here Kingsley, and there are some special screens from our university platform for gender, ladies. We have here, it is a separate website. It is not a university website. And here you can see more than 40 rubrics, yes, which is full of evidences, and the ladies can write here, can give their comments, yes, and there is some special podcast with successful students, successful ladies who can inspire gender empowerment programs, and so all these items, they work, and that's why we have that result. We can also look through our website. It is SSG5 SOUs. And right now we're also accelerating it because to hold one position in international ranking, it's really complicated, it's really difficult. But to be on that position next year and to have a little bit, let's say, better result, it's complicated because there is a competition, all universities striving to do something, and it is a great responsibility on us as well. Will do?
Да.
Okay, so if you have questions, I will try to answer. Yeah, Robert?
Thank you very much for the side presentation. Next, my question is National University question. So the question is regarding the reporting evidence. Should we report the result later?
As I know, exactly 2 days ago, the platform, it was being, yes, it is open, yes, right now, and within 2 months, you should upload and there will be deadlines. Firstly, you should register your university, yes, and there are some basic steps. After doing it, the platform will be open. It is free, you shouldn't pay anything, yes. Then if it's like before 2 days, I think November 5 or 6, you should submit all your evidence, and you will choose SSGs, which exactly you are going to submit your evidences, and after that, there will be specific items with different questions. Yes, each SSG you will have to upload here more than 10-15 evidences. It's up to SSG also.
Сейчас микрофон ему дам. Зазрел.
I think it is a academic, yes. In that case, yes. You mean how exactly they will assess the academic year or the calendar year? Yes, am I right?
Which should we put starting from?
So, for instance, this year you should upload last year's result. It's starting from January, ending with December.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a calendar. It's not academic year.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry for misunderstanding.
So hi, good afternoon. First of all, congratulations for wonderful presentation. It includes quantitative and qualitative, both kind of prospect. My name is Dr. Rahul. I'm heading the planning department of outreach in the global university India. I was amazed to see that you are doing amazing in terms of SDG 5. We are also doing very hard on that same factor. I mean, we have a very strong gender ratio in not only in student level, but in administrative and academic level. But still, we are not able to reach that way where we are expecting. I really wanted to know what practices you are doing right now. What are the challenges and how you overcome with those challenges, especially in SDG 5? Thank you.
Thank you so much, yes, for the question. As I have mentioned, we have here we have organized one special platform. Yes, it's a separate website for ladies. It's we call it gender empowerment. Yes, and here we have uploaded all opportunities which we offered for our female ladies. Yes, there is a mentoring program as well. There is a scholarship. Firstly, exactly before organizing such platform, all these items should be a roadmap of the university. They should be, let's say, a meeting with the rector, with the vice rectors, with the people who exactly will help, yes, to organize this strategic plan. Like this, it is also like a policy. These items should be implemented into policy firstly. Then, in a legal form, we have the document, we can organize it, it was written, yes. No one can be obstacle, let's say, because in all universities concerning their national context, there are some invisible factors, invisible obstacles, which we cannot, let's say before the audience, but we know, yes, our painful points, yes, let's say. That's why, firstly, I think there should be agreement at university administration level. They should understand, they should realize, and they should feel that it is like this rapid shift should be done. Then after exactly the working team, usually it will be like 4 or 5 people, they will like decision maker people, they will sit and they think what exactly we should do. What exactly our universities needs, what we can offer, yes, and you should here integrate with international ranking. Here you should take into consideration their assessment, how they assess it, and take into consideration these items. But the main here interesting point should be that the students, the academic, the university staff, they should get benefit from it. And because to do a website, it is not difficult for technicians. Yes, you will say what kind of style do you like, what kind of rubric there should be, but the most important thing, the ingredient part. Ingredient part should be credible. Yes, it should be persuasive, and it shouldn't be fake. It shouldn't be only decoration part or only getting one position. Yes, from ranking, and I think the boarding committee. They know, yes, that's why there are different results. And we can do cooperation as well.
We love to learn from, we are putting right now almost 55% of female students in the campus. We have only 45% weekend. Similarly, our academic staff has 51% female faculty member compared to 49% weekend. And 55% of administrative senior positions hold by the but still I feel lacking somewhere in terms of implementing the things and creating that environment which promotes more. So we are into best 200 and 300 in terms of SDG 5. We probably love to learn from
It would be great, yes. After exactly the conference, we can talk a little bit. And okay, thank you so much. Okay, if there are no questions.
Hello, in Department at Tianjin National Research University. I have a question to SDG 5. One of the factors for results to be in the top 10 in the world for you that you have more female staff and students, but we see the Uzbekistan staff, for example. There are many technical universities which they have less female students or staff than men. What do you suggest then, according to your experience and your analyzing the data which are maybe submitted by other universities, if they should try to submit the data, or maybe they should submit the data trying to another SDG. Thank you.
Okay, so really interesting question. It also made me think a little bit. So, for instance, yes, in our case, we pay attention to underrepresented directions for ladies, yes? So we have only like the language, literature, yes? But still we have small portion of ladies in IT, yes, in sociology, let's say, but we have that direction. And we like try to highlight this one. But technical university, IT university, still, I think you have ladies, yes, maybe a small portion, but still you have. But it can be your like a strongest point as well. In some evidences, you can show it as a strongest point. So you see, gender equality, it is not only female, it is also about male. Yes, it's not only that we should be like we should advocate only female rights, but coin has the other side. Yes, you can be like you can empower boys as well, not ladies. It also works because I think it is a good thought to do it. I cannot say that SDG 5 only for universities who has a great percentage of ladies. Yes, it is a wrong. It is like a prejudice and maybe stereotype. But for your university, you can highlight your men's contribution, your male students' contribution, and try to put it as a strongest point. Why not? Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Can I ask a question? Excuse me.
Yes, now.
I don't know what comes with it, when you are like actually it's like you're making note of where you're looking, it doesn't like.
Okay, yeah, it's better. So it's not a question, it's just feedback. The points which you mentioned just now, with all due respect, great work. I'm really happy for you. I mean, by saying university and everything. I'm not surprised that your university won't be this high level by SDG 5, because we have to pay attention to the discipline. Like it was mentioned that we are doing hard to win in this SDG 5. In reality, abroad, they pay attention to SDG 5 by gender equality. Unfortunately, majority they pay attention to supporting female, because abroad you have a lot of support like here. And in Uzbekistan, this university is composed of females. And in first place, like the thing that you want is like obvious. You have to pay attention to the point, like opposite side. I do agree with you that it's not just only about the females. It should be supported, like both genders are supposed to be supported. So you should be emphasizing on having more male students and teachers, educators, whoever they are. And if you win, I will applaud myself, because the rest, other universities, they don't have this problem. They don't have, I mean, in terms of supporting men, because majority male students are studying everywhere. And lately, there were some changes in IT. The university has done a lot of work, so now we concentrate with males. But still, this should be done. Here, we emphasizing not on female, but more on male. If there come changes, that will be great, because as you said, gender equality people, especially at your university, there should be more male. educators, more male students. And in terms of other universities, we should be attracting more females. And that will be fair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I also have one feedback. So not only our university, there is a question program. I have an interview and there was a similar question. They told me, so you see, you have more than 90% of ladies. Surely you will want. I said there are more than 30 universities around the Republic of Uzbekistan, but why exactly they are not in the list at all? Let's say Nizami University. Also more than 85%. Not pedagogical. Also many universities with the term pedagogical, usually ladies, yes, will be involved. But as I know, your recommendation about attracting male, it is a good, I really agree, because that's why we have opened interdisciplinary directions, which is that at the crossroads of more two or there are the same things. Like computer linguistics, sociology, international relations, marketing, publishing studies, except language, literature, translation studies. But nevertheless, the other universities who have the same stuff with us, they do not have that position, they do not have that result. It shows that we are on a correct pathway. Because what exactly you will see in the website, you will look through the evidences, then maybe additional questions. And as I know, getting one position, it is not the, let's say, the dream. Yes? Ranking is ranking is a thing that you should push yourself towards. And the second, like our ambition here will be to attract males as well, because we need also male in that multidisciplinary direction.
So now it's time for Q&A session. So please, if you have a question, please raise your hand. So you can unmute yourself and give your question, please. We're ready to give your answer. The user, Mahmoud. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I got a question regarding the SDG website. So I specified this question on the chat and I want to utter it orally right now. So what do we need to specify on the website about SDGs? General information about each goal or the work we carried out towards SDGs? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Please, firstly, could you please represent yourself?
Sorry?
Could you please represent yourself? So your university, your full name.
My name is Daud Davletov. I'm a student of the Turkmen Agriculture University.
Thank you for the question. There was a similar feedback, yes, about what exactly we should do in order to submit correct evidences. What should be the first basic step? Before organizing a special platform, a website, or let's say web page, you should have clear in mind what specific programs you can offer to your students, to your academic staff, let's say, or what it should be in correlation with the mission of the university. So he representative from our ministry, he talked about the brand of the university, brand which shows academic excellence. So it shouldn't be done only to get the place from ranking. And you will lose the point, or your evidence will be generic, it will not be specific. Because generic evidence, it's like it shows all information which many universities usually their website can be news, can be one specific program, but there is no special outcome, there is no aim, there is no, let's say, task, there is no the phases of implementation. That's why if you have chosen one SDG, it doesn't matter. SDG 10, 16, it doesn't matter. You should have you should have idea what exactly change we can do by organizing that website. What specific rubrics can help, and that is the most important thing.
Thank you so much. Everything was clear.
Thank you for understanding.
And concerning all we are on top. We are on 300 plus. It is the living tradition in the Republic of Uzbekistan. It is not only SDG 5, which
That's why I'm clarifying.
Yeah. Quality education, we are in 200. Yes, in SDG 16, we are also on 200. SDG 17 it is 400, yes, and SDG 1 it is 50 plus, and SDG inequalities also is 100 plus.
What are the reasons you set in particular SDGs? Why exactly these SDGs, not the others?
Because as I told before submitting evidences, so not before submitting, before taking part in global ranking, that I have analyzed all achievements of the university within 7 years. What we have, what we should do, what is our strength, what is our weakness, and I collected all evidences and put it into one, let's say, basket and say how we can show it in our website. If it will be persuasive or not. Then doing like a meeting, dropping process, I have committed many SDGs because I know at this point we're not really the best one. We should try it the next year because each year we added one SDG. The first year we have only chosen 4, it's 5. The next year 6. The third year it's only 7. It's also challenging for us.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting. And I'm wondering what is the role of educational collaboration in reaching the results? Was it important or was it in the internal policy?
So national collaboration is like inseparable part of all universities because SDG 17 is partnership goals, yes. All universities, whether they choose like SDG 7, 10, doesn't matter, they will have to submit SDG 7. And without internationalization, I think nothing will work because we cannot have a progress in the isolated form. Yes, that's why we have strategic partners. Yes, we represent like language literature university. We have more than like 100, let's say, memorandums the other partners, but like 15, 20 partners. We are really close in strategic vision. We are working with them.
So do we have any questions? This is next.
Okay, so quite than we expected. The next year will be Professor Alan has for the next presentation. It is about using rankings as a strategic tool to enhance quality and performance of Uzbekistan higher education institutions. So, in her speech, Professor Hazelhorn, she will discuss different ways of how to assess quality and measure performance, methods such as quality assessment, benchmarking, peer learning, and how exactly they can be. So, all this course. Sorry for my mistake. Yes, it is a little late after the lunch break. Right now, The audience, we have the questions, the interaction, that's not the information, I'd say. So breakout session 1, the advantage, disadvantage of rankings. And if there will be a time, we will collect Zoom questions as well, and I will summarize all of that. Many of them they will learn. Okay, after we have the time to break it.
Yeah, but do you know?
The audience agree with that?
So if everyone's agree, so we'll go to that match. So, but first of all, we need to just join the upload for our speakers for today. Upload themselves. So that's how much. So dear participants in Zoom, so we will have the lunch now, and at 2 p.m. we'll have the continuous our talk seminar. So we will wait for you at 2 p.m. here. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
شو واي فاي أستاذ كاملين أستاذ
Online. Okay, so whatever. That should be ready for those here.
So, Assalamualaikum once again. We're here. So right now, there will be a lecture using rankings as a strategic tool to enhance volunteer performance of Uzbekistan higher education institutions. Our lecturer, Professor Alan Tizopor, and in this lecture, there will be discussion of different ways of assessing quality and measure performance, methods such as quality assurance, benchmarking, and learning. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me and people online? Can we put up the slides, please? Okay, there we go. And
çıkazı yok. Yok olmuyor. Yok çıkazı.
yeah, let's check. Please to the- No, that's not the, no, that's not the right one. Yeah, this one here. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
okay.
Yes.
Ready to go. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So today, so now I'm going to kind of focus on this question of using rankings and using other tools to strengthen, quality and performance. We can, focus on rankings that I know from the government decrees that I have read with interest, a long list of objectives and strategic priorities and a long list of other kinds of issues. And I'd like to just keep that in mind as we talk about these issues here. So just side on that. So the first thing is that the first thing I want to do is I want to look at just a few snapshots of cases of where and how rankings have been used in some of the issues. So this is very short and very snapshot. So Nanyang Technological University, NTU, which many of you know and have heard about, and has been one of the fastest rising young universities in Times Higher Ed global university. It started in 1981, makes it a young university on a rapid rise due to a lot of key factors, political support and heavy investment. I'll come back to the issue of heavy investment, both in the education, but particularly in R&D, research and development. It introduced a tenure track for faculty, which I explained, but a tenure track, as you know, is that you don't get to be permanent in your job until you've been there a certain X number of years and you need to verify and then review alongside the fact that, Singapore has very flexible labor laws. So that's always an issue if you compare to, let's say, the EU, for example. Spent a lot of money on recruiting what would be called international stars and collaborating with international corporates and universities. The actions, promoted by rankings or actions were aligned with that, so they reduced their staff student ratio to 60-1. They have about 32% or more at this stage of international students. They've increased their research and citation impact, and the student selectivity index, which is we only take in students at the very top. So, and we come back to some of our kind of issues, and I'll come back to some of the implications. Sorry. Right. University of Kentucky, completely different place, completely different country, United States. Okay. Kentucky's a big state. It's just south of Ohio and Pennsylvania. The state legislature, that's the state governing body, the state parliament, call it that, set a goal in the early noughties, just after the century began, of reaching the top 20 in U.S. News and World Report. That's the ranking that counts really in the U.S. It's the biggest, in fact, U.S. News and World Report came out in 1983, and it's been really one of the big leaders, particularly, it's a U.S. based, okay, just to make that point. They identified in order to get themselves, that's what U.S. News and World Report, that's what that is. So they identified that in order to get themselves up to the top 20, they would have to recruit another over 6,000 undergraduates, 750 graduate students, 374 postdocs, 625 faculty, and award 3,000 more degrees and raise their research income by about $470 million. Okay, but they had this ambitious strategy that in order to get themselves up the rankings, they'd have to spend and do all those kinds of things. They had to alter their student entry criteria in order to be able to get them up there, to be more selective. Remember, they're a public state university and had to become more selective in order to achieve that. And basically to meet the completion and employment criteria that's there. So if you recruit high-level students who come from ambitious elite families, they're more likely to go into high-level professional jobs straight after graduation, and hence have an immediate impact on their ranking. They're a public institution. It's a particular type of undergrad. But by 2008, as we all know, we all went into a global financial crisis. All of a sudden, the world changed. Harvard had the IMF come in. We were broke. By 2009 to 2010, the university was behind in all its targets, and its funding gap was now $420 million. The strategy was dropped. UK universities are an interesting scenario at the moment. Anyone who looks at what's happening in different countries across Europe, because the issue of university finance and sustainability is high on the agenda. Some of the universities, especially those which I would say would be more teaching intensive, they are research oriented. There's what are generally called the modern universities. They were formed in the 1980s in a lot of areas such as Kent, Suffolk, and around, not necessarily in London per se, where there are cities, but in around in smaller cities. And they're now facing one-fifth of these universities now in heavy deficit. So what has been the issue? Review was done, it says UK universities installed in an area of surging demand due for skills due to their reliance on a universal high-cost model, which works for a few universities but drains resources elsewhere. It was basically a strategy based on recruiting international students, building up resources on the basis of recruiting international students. And we can come back and discuss that kind of issue and the over-reliance, as I said, on international student fees, pursuit of world-class status, shifting funding from teaching to research in order to compete, and the kind of business model aiding well-endowed US universities has now proven to be a disaster. I would also just bring to your attention your neighbor to the north, Russia, which introduced its 5-100 program about 10 years ago, set up an international advisory committee to advise the universities. There were about 10 or so in that group. I, in fact, was on the advisory board of one of these universities. I'm supposed to be on 2, but I couldn't. And after 10 years and heavy investment, the universities didn't move an iota in the rankings. So I laid that out there and put up my next slide. I might have to have you switch this, please. There, okay, got it. Caveat emptor. So if you know your black buyer beware. So now I'm going to look at the issues here. And the key thing to say is that rankings do differ. You look at the impact, you look at the Times, you look at Shanghai, you look at the Rice ranking, you look at any of these. They differ considerably, despite looking similarly. They all have a different nomenclature, and as I said before, they use different indicators, but which university is best depends on who's asking and why. And so that has a huge implication for what it is that you're actually measuring. But it also has a problem for users who see these lists and think they're all the same. But ultimately, they're clearly not. Sorry, this isn't my thing. Okay, so the question we used to ask in the OECD when I was doing all this work was, have you costed your ambitions? And I know both in the decree and in the conversations and so on. So I'm here to be your provocateur. I'm here to provoke a discussion and reflection on the issues. And so the question we ask is, have you costed it? Being comprehensively excellent, in my view, is not possible. There are few in that group. You can look at the Harvards, you can look at Stanford, but even there are specialist areas. Being comprehensively excellent is not possible, and so choices matter. Strategic choices matter. Resources matter. But consistency over time matters more. So heavy investment by government once off or for 2 years is not sufficient. It's consistency that matters. And there are strategic trade-offs. So this is about thinking strategically. That's what this whole conversation is about. Is it rankings or is it your mission? Is it balancing at large local, national, and global ambitions? How do you balance those? I hear and I read in the decree, we want more focus on universities engaging locally with businesses and enterprise. The rankings do not measure that, the research doesn't measure that, they will never measure that. Because the work that comes out of that, whether it's looking at clean water, water supply, drainage, agriculture, those sorts of things are not in those high-end areas. So is it those things, or, you know, is it research that amplifies citations, or research that amplifies some of the ambitions in the SDGs? Second, consider the organizational and human challenges of your ambition. Different policy contexts and social values. Could you operate a strict tenure system in their country where you've got a merit bar? Could you operate a system where you would use rankings to fire people who don't perform at the level that you think they should be working at? Could you, what kinds of costs over time to reorganize and restructure your university to perform at that level? And consider the trade-offs between differentiating treatment of staff and the impact of using KPIs. So if you look at how well China has done, one, it has had a consistent policy since at least the 1990s. And it has focused its money very clearly, one initially with it's a select range of global universities like this in Tsinghua and Tsinghua and Beijing, and it has then moved into looking at more provincial and looking at subjects. But it has also preferentially treated returning Chinese researchers and given them big labs and treated others less well and fired some or many. Can you, will your system, will your institutions like this differentiated treatment? Would they like people in research being treated better than people who do teaching? Would you like that sort of scenario? Targeting particular indicators. In other words, we're going to focus on our international students, or we're going to focus on our citations, will only move you so much in the dial. And there are lots of examples of institutions that have spent a lot of money focused on a few indicators. And the cost is huge. Remember, you're not the only one in the game. Everyone else is doing similar or wanting to do similar. So, as I said earlier, the statistically insignificant amount of moving the dial. The cost can be very significant, and the estimates are of what a world-class, what it needs as an annual budget is upwards of $2 billion a year. Consistent. Okay. And my general comment to make is there will never be enough resources. That's just institutions. I've been on policy, I was the policy advisor to the government in Ireland, I've been on lots of these things, and the big issue always from universities is giving more money. The big issue, and now we've got universities competing with primary schools, with preschool, with health services, with transport, with infrastructure, with housing, with water quality, with leading net zero. I mean, the demands are huge. So there will never be enough. In my view, it's using the resources you have strategically and effectively. So it requires your universities, and if I could say your government, deciding what are your objectives and how are you going to use your money that you've got. So it's just to keep in mind that the pursuit of rankings has consequences, not just always going up or coming down, but to getting there as a process. So prestige and reputation have become dominant drivers of our system. Is that what you want to drive your system, or is it quality? Is it quality and excellence? Is it equity? Is it regional development? Is it impact on your society? Is it issues about regional disparities and range of issues? What is it that you're trying to drive? The big assumption is that the indicators are meaningful measures of quality, but there's little evidence that that's so, because as I mentioned, there's no international agreement on that. There's a huge debate around citations. If you read any of the research evaluation literature, you will see that the issue of using citations is a big no-no. And the reason I say that is because citation counts are manipulable for lots of reasons. I might write a paper and it might be the most outrageous thing ever. And it's quoted because it's utterly outrageous. We also have huge allegations of too much self-citation going on. We have issues of manipulation of citation counts. So citations are a real no-no, and you won't find them used across the EU anymore. And indeed in other research agencies in looking at citation counts as a meaningful, or this what is called high salary, in favor of a more expansive view of research and impacts. The other issue is chasing rankings is likely to impoverish the system and the university overall. In other words, you need, as a government or as an institution, to pump a huge amount of money into those areas that you want to get high up. Do you have enough money to support the rest of your education systems? And how are you going to do so? And because the rankings methodologies change frequently, part of it is they always get attention. The rankings will tell you that it's got to do with innocent feedback. I'm not quite so sure, but should your strategies and priorities change every time the rankings methodologies change? And if so, who's setting your higher education strategy? Are you forfeiting control of your national or your university strategy to commercial rankings? Are you in danger of losing national sovereignty and institutional autonomy? All right, still don't get this. By the time I don't, maybe you can help me here. I just say. So this is the only slide I have on this, but I can answer your questions, but don't forget, rankings are a business. They're not a not-for-profit. They're not a public good foundation. They are a commercial business. As one ranker said to me, as you know, rankings themselves cannot make money. No, they're hugely resource intensive. So they find other ways to make money, and that is by consultancy. And by doing all these other big events. So just remember there's very little transparency and accountability as to how they make decisions, particularly so with all due respect to the achievements here, particularly with respect to the impact. Right? So each institution puts in a ton of stuff and evidences, which they then put aside and build up their databases. And you have no idea how you're going to assess it. Anyone who has done research assessments on a big scale, and I'm sure some of you know the work that goes in on that. I've done EU research assessments, I've done the European University assessments, I've done all kinds of big scale. It's a big deal to assess. I don't know what they're doing. and none of it is transparent. So the costs are very high, setting up your rankings units, providing data, making the changes, university morale, all kinds of things. And as the UNESCO study has said, they are not accountable to the public, the academic community, or governments. Just to keep in mind, caveat emptor. So what are other people saying? We don't want to hear from me. So this is from the current Secretary of State of Education in the US, Miguel Cardona, which he said, when is it, 22? Many institutions spend enormous time and money chasing rankings that they feel carry prestige, but in truth, they do little more than Xerox privilege. The system of ranking is a joke. More to the point, UNESCO had a big thing on one of the United Nations universities, they do the UNU, this one was based in Kuala Lumpur, and I was in this group, but there is a big international group who did a review of rankings. You can get it there, this is hyperlinked. And it's looking for adopt a more critical stance when displaying rankings of promotional material and so on, and understand the biases, limitations, and arbitrary nature of rankings. The European University Association has come out recently with key considerations for the use of rankings by institutions. They face consent and lack for promotion of a single model of excellence and lack of transparency. There are lots of interesting things going on in the Netherlands. The universities of the Netherlands have come out again with a paper just this last year. Again, recommendations about using rankings of which they say no. University of Utrecht is very interesting and having pulled out things in your. So it's just to give you a perspective. So using rankings carefully and strategically. So this is part advice and part looking at. So in my view, it's easy to rise in the rankings if you introduce a tenure track system which prioritizes research. So essentially, you hire people, they only have a clear track if they're doing research at a level that brings in their high citations. You fire everyone else who falls below that threshold. You hire new staff, especially international staff, and ignore your domestic talent. Because one of the key indicators in the rankings is your percentage of international staff visiting national staff. The only way you can do that is not to hire domestic staff. You focus on research and research-related doctoral students. You focus on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and reduce or close down your humanities and social sciences. You teach only elite students who go on to have high-paying, influential jobs. You teach mostly postgraduate students because the emphasis in the ratio in the rankings is all about the ratio of research students to undergrads. So you've got to you've got to increase that number or decrease the other in order to do that. You publish only in top journals listed in Scopus and Web of Science, which means that a lot of your social commitment, the kinds of stuff that's listed in the degree, you can't accomplish. You want more integration or work with industry, that's not really publishable in the same way. You reward high achievers and identify weak performers. You recruit international students and ignore your domestic students. And you publish only in English and not about issues that concern your country. And you have endless resources. So that's my So, by some simple steps to take. Ensure all your data is accurate. Now, You all have a research office, I ran a research office, you're collecting your data. Half the time, the data that people give you or they provide is not really well done. They may put, let's say, my name, Ellen Hazelport, and I'm at the Institute of Human Studies. But the university isn't mentioned. So, or you got different people mentoring different centers. Or you're a merged institution and you're still using the name of your former institution. So clean up your data. Clean up your data. Ensure that everyone uses the same attribution. You're all Ellen Hazelport at the University of Tashkent. Sorry? Affiliation. You conduct a search of your publications through the bibliometric data to ensure that it's listed, particularly with co-authored on. So I took a paper with you. I'm the one who submits it, but I didn't understand really what your affiliation was, and it's gone in slightly differently. All these things are there, and they all have it. The University of Melbourne don't many places because it cleaned up its data. So cleaning data, accurate data monitoring, greater communication about the university. After this, all actions cost money. And the price tag can be high. So key considerations, when using them, take care when communicating rankings to the public. Be sure to commemorate the shortcomings. I think I've said several of these things before, so I'm going to skip it. So then I move on to looking at the question, your strategy issues. And always for me, whether I'm dealing with the government on a issue they're doing, or I'm talking to a university, my key question is, what are you trying to achieve? What's your strategic objective here? What are you trying to achieve? Is your aim in Uzbekistan, for example, to move towards an elite society where progress depends on the cutting edge knowledge of the chosen few, or a mass knowledge society where progress depends on the wisdom of many? What exactly are you trying to achieve? And I've read the decree, and it's got a wide range of set of interests that would seem to me it fits into that. It's certainly the case that as we look at more and more people in our education systems, which is what we want, the way in which our systems are organized need to change. We can't operate the same way when we have less than 20% in higher education, and we're now moving to 50, 60, 70, 80%. Different systems. And so what does that look like? So are we looking at a world-class universities or a world-class system? Are we looking at world-class universities where we've got a high hierarchical pattern like this, where those at the bottom are doing less well because we don't need to put in money for that? Or are they doing less well because the subjects, or they're lower class, or they're of an ethnic minority, or they're someone else? And do we have a hierarchy? Or are we looking for a system that is more horizontally diverse by mission? Where institutions are doing different things, but are all recognized as valuable because they are doing different things, and all contributing to an ecosystem. Same question for the universities. As you look at this diagram here, society, this quadrant, societal and academic teaching research, what type of university are you? Where do you broadly fit? I don't mean into one box or the other. I mean as to what balance between these different areas. And indeed you could suggest others. But where do you fit in here? And you could add different issues in those, excuse me, in those boxes. But where are you? Where is your mission? And how are you differentiating it and building excellence as a national center of excellence or a regional center of excellence? So, strategic advice. Focus on your policy objectives and your mission and your strengths based on a realistic SWOT analysis. So, know a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So, and it's a genuine one where you've got some evidence on it. And what are your key differentiators? Where are you going to seek to be excellent? Whatever that means for you. Concentrate on niche areas capable of achieving comparable excellence. Students are looking for areas of excellence, whether it's in agricultural science, mining, forestry, languages or whatever. Those are build up and be known for that. Collaborate with other universities to build collective excellence and impact. Strengthen your data analytic capacities. Hugely lacking in both universities. Hugely lacking, and many governments hugely lacking with the ability to use data to make strategic, rather than relying on self-belief. The number of researchers I know, I just reviewed research facilities at a university in Ireland, and the number of people who always say we're great at this. And then we have to say, well, do you have any data? No, I know, we're great. Or the number of researchers who tell you, I'm great. Our group is really great. The problem with research is it's very competitive and I edited a journal, and I'll tell you it's very competitive. So strengthen your internal quality assurance system. How are you monitoring and assessing quality? At a national level, do you have an effective quality assurance agency? Not just someone who monitors, but quality assurance. I'll come back to that. Quality is a true differentiator, but most different quality differences are within institutions, not between them. It's the within versus between theory. I've looked at reviewed universities and the treatment of PhD students in Department X versus the treatment in Department Y can be vastly different. So differences within. Consider alternative tools. Engage in peer learning and benchmarking with appropriate peers. Don't go to a conference and meet someone from Harvard and come back and say, let's set up a peer group. No, they're not your peer. So, appropriate peers. Strengthen your governance and particularly the quality of leadership and management. Strategic capacity and capability is vital. It's the strategic capacity, and this I think is an area where we all fall down in strategic leadership capacity. Doesn't matter where you are. There's very few university presidents that we can point to say, gosh, that person knows what's going on and is leading them and see us down the road. So alternative approaches and how. So reframing quality assurance. Do you have a national system? Do you have quality assurance in your institutions? Do you undertake internal quality assurance? Not just being evaluated by the national system, but having an internal quality assurance system. And does it so with a multi-dimensional approach. So we look at staff and students, teaching and learning, research and knowledge transfer, internationalization, societal engagement, governance, and we could add other. But we're not just looking at one area, it's the whole institution that we've got to be looking at. And so when I look at this is my little framework. And we generally, as I said, look at this in terms of teaching and learning, but it's the whole institution that matters. Benchmarking and peer learning, hugely important, hugely helpful, forming groups with people who are appropriate peers doing similar things. I want to point out the higher education, the European Sector Observatory, which has just been launched, which will bring together Multirank and ITER, that's European Tertiary Education Register, and it will eventually bring together the stuff on graduates and student surveys and all other kinds of data into one system. It's out, sign up. They've got an interactive benchmarking tool. Sign up. They've got a newsletter. It comes out. I just got the first one 2 days ago, I think, before I traveled. New Multirank, which was the EU alternative, has a benchmarking tool. That is being overtaken by the observatory, but it still exists to be looked at. Again, helpful finding other partners. Here's an idea of how you Multirank tried to find a whole range of the different types of indicators. And you pick and choose what you want. In the Irish case, the government has done again similar and come up with these radar diagrams. Useful for government, useful for the country to look at. How are we fixed? We don't all want to be in the same shape. Because what are you doing? You're trying to meet diverse needs of diverse learners. Okay, research assessment. Alternative tools. So I wrote the report for this EU task expert group back in 2010, gosh, it's a long time ago, assessing Europe's university-based research. Useful stuff in there. Useful examples. If you want to increase your research performance, think about this. If you want to do this, think about this, but a very useful report. And also be aware that DORA, which is the San Francisco Declaration on Research Assessment, they've got the reform state is a database. Responsible research assessment is without citations, moving forward, open science. That's the direction of travel that we're moving. Look at DORA. Look at eNorms, which has its own thing more than our rank. It's a global initiative sharing good practice for research assessment. This has been my response to my point. Don't use rankings for research assessment. Look at that, and look at COAR. Again, these are all hyperlinked. The Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment. Diverse outputs, practices, and activities across a wide range of what you're doing. Useful tools to use. And this is just an example of a slide I often show, is that we tend to focus on these bibliometrics or citation counts. We'll start here with journal articles. And yet, look below the red line, and all these things and more that institutions produce, that academics do, from conference papers to legal cases to artworks to breeding rights to all kind of technical drawings, all kinds of stuff that's never recognized because the rankings don't recognize that. And look at this, when we go to impact, we tend to count citations. But let's look more closely. Broadening the audience for science and science literacy, really important in an era where we've got a whole rise in fake news and mistrust of science, improvements in productivity. Knowledge in diffusion, how you spread knowledge is hugely important. Increased deployment, new curriculum, policy change, public discourse, being on the radio, discussing new ideas. All these things are hugely important as impacts of research, but we don't count that. We only focus on citations. So think more broadly. This is what those other initiatives are trying to do. Here's an initiative again from the Netherlands about looking at assessing academic careers and what they call room for everyone's talents. And they're moving forward. This is their main website. There's a whole lot of stuff there about diversifying career paths, a balance between individuals and the team, focusing on quality, stimulating open science, and stimulating academic leadership. Again, looking at, when you're looking at academic recruitment, promotions, all kinds of things, think more broadly. Don't just narrowly focus on are you producing research. So in conclusion, these kinds of things about cross-national comparisons and improving and focusing on quality are hugely important. There's not a doubt. I have no doubt about it. This isn't something you can sit back on. The education system is key. It's what I consider that and TVET. I consider that's your electricity grid running through your country. It is the future of your country. And so it's vital. But the key issue is support for higher education can only be maintained as long as what you're doing provides value for the society in which is hosting and spending its money on it. So my do's and don'ts. Don't change your institution's mission for rankings. Don't use rankings as the only or primary set of indicators to frame your goals. Don't use rankings to inform priorities or resource allocation models. Don't manipulate public information and data, which does happen. You will have seen famous cases in the US, Columbia University, a well-known top university manipulating its data. The Rutgers University, the State University of New Jersey, the president, basically they got into hiring all their graduate students in particular courses because that would show good employment outcomes. So don't manipulate your data and don't mislead students and others about what it is that you're rankings. So do develop a strategic plan that corresponds with your context, where you are, your mission and your goals, and focus on improving quality. Design a performance framework which measures your progress appropriately and realistically. You need to be strategic. Shift to a data-driven decision making. Choose your indicators carefully, lest they become perverse. And that can happen if you use the same things over time, continually, but then people just do that. I mean, people aren't stupid. Universities aren't stupid. If you're going to fund me for doing X, that's what I'm going to do. Identify appropriate peers and use rankings only as part of an overall quality assurance assessment or benchmarking system. And I think that's it. Sorry. I just wanted to, you just showed that to me. Yeah, so finally I have something here. So what I said to my minister many years ago, said, what do we do about these medicines? And I said, well, you need to be alert to it because it's out there, but don't be slavish. You know, you can be a hostage of fortune and remember you control the indicators or the weights. And remember, it takes time to change systems and institutions. It's not an overnight success. Plan a strategic approach of what it is you're doing. Consider any input, any improvement in rankings as an output of what you're doing, not an input. And ultimately choose the appropriate instruments that support your strategic vision, not the rankings companies. They're out to groom you into buying consultancy and other stuff. So there's my little selection of things you can read if you're at all interested in looking at rankings. But anyways, thank you very much, and I'm sorry I probably went on too long.
Thanks so much, Helen. Really like some best practices from different universities. It's really interesting because for myself, I also did some notes. And I really like some underwater stones of the global rankings, which you have mentioned. We don't know many of them. So for us, it's really useful. And some do and don'ts, and especially finally metaphorical usage quotation also. For us, it will be like this thing in order to use global ranking in a strategical way. Thank you. So the next speaker will be a higher education reform expert, Nicola Dragonis, head of international ranking department from Tianyi National Research University. They have mentioned in the beginning, we have some reform experts, yes, which, who represents one of the top leading universities in Uzbekistan. And he will share us the case study from national context of university. Please. Yeah. Yes, it's up to you. Yeah. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think it's my turn. Hope you are not tired. So if you are tired, you will be enjoying during my presentation, or the rest, if it's not interesting. I would like to present about our case study from National Research University Tiana. I will make a presentation about 1.5 hours. Oh, sorry, it's not like this, but I will finish short in 10 minutes, 3 times. Just before starting my presentation, okay, this is the content of my presentation. You will see during the presentation, and I would like to stop on the concept and roadmap of the development of higher education system of the Republic of Uzbekistan 2013. Second of this, or third one, is entry of at least 10 universities of the Republic of Uzbekistan into top 1,000 positions of higher educational institutions in the ranking of internationally recognized agencies, US or Times Higher Education or others. And also other conditions that ensuring the publication of articles by professors, researchers, students in the international scientific journals with high impact factors, increasing the citation rates of articles. So about our university shortly, Tianyi National Research University is the first class recognized academic research university known for its leading programs in engineering, irrigation research, environment, energy, automation, agriculture, etc. We have this year 90 years of anniversary. So this is the vision of our university, which is the university is to become world-class university by achieving the best results, aiming at contributing to society through education and research at the international level. On the basis of the vision objectives, the mission of our university is making academic success in every aspect, integrating research and innovation, ensuring social well-being of society and trained prospective leaders through internationalization. So this is the history of our university. We established it in 1934, Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agricultural Education Engineers. And in 2021, our university was renamed that the special title given National Research University Tiana. structure. We have main campus in Tashkent, and we have more than 6,000 national and more than 400 international students. We have fundamental and applied research institute in Tashkent under TIAME. We have Bukhara branch and Kashi branch in different cities. And of course, we are academically and financially independent. So we have several programs. Before, we focused on the water and land resource management, agricultural issues, but after becoming the financially and academically independent, we have established or we opened new specialties, which are about modern, like artificial intelligence, information system technology, jurisprudence, renewable energy resources, which are shown in the red now. That we are widening the specialties at our university. We have also master degree and doctoral programs and also professional development programs for decision makers. Last year, we have internationally accredited 3 bachelor and 6 master programs by ASEAN International Accreditation Company. Well, about the publication, last year in 2023, in Uzbekistan, about 5,200 papers totally published in Scopus Index journals. Out of them, about 1,000 papers are published by the TIAME, our university professors, teachers, researchers. And citations, you can see that many citations are done also for the papers published by our professors. You can see how it is the rate. Really, last year it was really a successful year for us to publish the papers. So you can see the International Research Network, which is quite important factor for the international rating agencies. You know well about this IRL. So we are publishing actively with the China, Russian Federation, and Germany, etc. These countries' papers. And achievements and recognitions. Most of you know have heard about this. This year was kind of successful year for our university, and we have been included in the top 1,000 universities with the place 547. And in the sustainability rating of the QS in the world, we have been placed in 701. And also we have been like audited by 4 stars audit agency and then 4 stars. So also I would like to mention that this year, Uzbek University is firstly ranked in the top 1,000 QS World University rankings. You can see the newly ranked new entrant of recording our university and National University of Uzbekistan entrance and the US World University ranking. And in the 3 subjects, engineering, ecology, natural sciences, environmental sciences, we have been top ranked in the top 500 universities by question subject ranking. And also in the Times Higher Education Impact rankings, SDG 2, you can see the top 60 and SDG 7 top 90, etc. You can see the overall rank was 400 plus. And also there is another ranking, SciMajo institutions ranking, which sets the publication research activities of the universities. That you can see in the 7 subjects, we got good result not only in Uzbekistan or Asia universities, but in the world as well. Well, challenges faced by emerging universities in the global rankings. Of course, briefly we talked about this. The first one is the limited resources. You know, if we have limited resources, for example, the laboratories or infrastructure, then it for sure that it affects the publication of papers or doing good research, and also it affects to the study of the students and the working infrastructure of the teachers as well. It depends, of course, in the financially and financial conditions of the universities, and also lack of access to advanced research facilities that we mentioned. Next one is the research output and impact. You know, in last year's Uzbek universities are publishing the good papers, highly rated in the journals, I would say, but before that we have faced some problems with publication of Q1 or Q2 journals because of lack of such skills in writing such research papers. I mean, not all, but there were only few researchers who can publish in such journals, and most of them, which are in Scopus now, are published in the Q3 or Q4. From our case, I would say last year, 30% of the total Scopus indexed papers published in the Q1 and Q2. Well, and also faculty internationalization. The international activity or internationalization of the university really affect the ranking of the university. If, of course, from our case, I would say that after entering the top 1,000 universities in the Quest, somehow we are becoming known, and more students somehow are coming to our university, they are applying. For example, this year, from Turkmenistan, more than 300 students admitted to our university, because in their requirement of the government was written that the students' diploma will be accepted if they apply for the top 1,000 universities in the world. That's why, because of the border and some financial issues, they have chosen our university because of the top 1,000, and becoming such top universities, somehow it's giving us more opportunity, not only for the students, but also staff. Also, they are somehow choosing our university. They are coming to work at our university, not only for the high salary, but regular salary which our professors are earning. They agree to work at the university, and also more investors are done year by year by the investors. And of course, reputation and branding is important. Of course, it takes time. From our case, I would say we started to submit the data for the international ranking agencies from 2017. After 3 years, we appeared in the ECA, the Emerging Europe and Central Emerging Europe and Asian University ranking, and about 300. And now there is no such ranking now, but the Asia ranking we merged it. And this year we have it's almost 7 years. In 7 years, we have been appeared in the top 1,000. With this, what I want to say that for the universities who are new or newly started, it takes time to be in the top, or this reputation or branding is important. Of course, the internationalization, international cooperation activities of the universities are quite important in the rating, and data collection and reporting. In Uzbekistan, at our university, firstly, we started to establish separate department for international ranking. When we started in 2017, I was working as the head of international cooperation department, and we started to submit the data for the international ranking. And of course, you know, the international ranking department has such a lot of work. But additionally, the submitting or collecting the data for international ranking added and huge work, and it's overloading, yeah, I would say. Then we decided with our management, with our rector, to make a separate department for international ranking because of these tasks. And now our department, we are dealing only with this international ranking. We are collecting the data, and we are formalizing the data in a good format, which is required by the international ranking agencies, and submitting. And of course, we are analyzing and somehow giving the recommendations and suggesting how to improve not only rankings, but the situation and the conditions at the university. By participating in the international rankings, of course, we are analyzing their criteria according to their criteria, because they are their criteria that they are like world-class standards, world standards, yeah. And we are somehow standardizing our conditions, the situation, or our achievements of university to that world standard. And with this, we can see that we can be in the list of top universities, and we are trying to do all the achievements, all results. But of course, I agree that these rankings, they don't measure the quality of the education. This is the most of the important lack of the international ranking agencies, as Professor Hazifon many times mentioned about this. And what are the opportunities for emerging universities? Of course, if you are trying to be ranked, then of course you should focus on the such areas which you are the best. Nobel Zarilo also mentioned about that we should submit such a data to impact ranking which are the best. And also we can improve the international collaboration by doing this. And of course we should focus on our internal quality measures, internal quality assessments. We know very well that in European countries, they focus very much their quality, education quality assessment. But in our case, I mean, in Uzbekistan, we have such departments, quality assessment. They work somehow different. In the past, they were working, but nowadays they are also kind of working such in world standards because of this new ranking criteria are coming. And also research and innovation is important, which we mentioned already. Digital and online learning. Okay, if we increase the online learning, distance education, then it's good for the international students. This is the cost of effective, and not only online teaching or educating, but the quality also is quite important. In this case, they can choose our universities to study. Okay, there are four main factors, success factors for our university. The first one is institutional commitment. From my experience, I would say that if your management, rector or vice rectors, are not interested in the international ranking, or they don't understand well the ranking criteria and so on, it will be difficult for your department, I mean the international ranking department, to work because the support from the management is quite important. I would say from our case, our rector knows better than me in deeply the ranking indicators and so on. This is also one key and main factor to work on this sphere and internationalization. We are trying to involve more international students and any more partnerships, and also international research network publishing with the international partners, more papers in the high-rated journals, and so on. And also we are more focusing on the infrastructure development, investment, and also attracting, for example, the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and we are motivating our professors, teachers to apply, submit more projects to the international grants, etc. And of course, the quality assurance. And I mentioned this is the internal one. And of course, which we learned and best practice, I would say that consistency and patience. As I said, that 7 years ago we started, and that time our ex-rector, Rahmatli Uktam Murzakov Pardayevic, at that time he put the kind of decision that within 5 years we should be in the top 1,000 universities. At that time we were with him, and we were in the team, and we didn't believe, because we know that how much the efforts are spending. And he drove us such a roadmap for us, and still we are using his roadmap and following this. And somehow you can see that we can see ourselves also we are in a right way. And of course, leveraging the strengths. We also focusing on not competing with the universities, but cooperating. I would say that there are also some our colleagues are sitting in this hall. I would say that we are cooperating with them. We are helping each other and supporting. For example, with Nozde Zaril also, we are discussing a lot during the study visits. How to improve not only our universities ranking, but also within Uzbekistan. This is the most important. And of course, collaboration and networking. This is the future goals and vision of our university. I would say that not stop in this position, because as Rosetta said, it's hard to keep the current position in the top universities, because all the universities are somehow trying to be in the top. You can imagine, we know that if one university involving in the top university, another university should be dropped or gone out. That's why it's hard to keep this position. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, we are ready for any
questions? So I think certification is very
from the beginning, please, for the Zoom participants. Yeah.
So you mentioned that interview. Oh.
Who are you?
My name is Natalia. I'm the head of the international office of some architecture
Construction University.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It is very interesting. And you also mentioned in your presentation that not all teachers, professors knew how to write reports on the science applications and meetings, so it's a challenge. And so my question is, how did you help your teachers? Did you buy special courses on how to write articles? Did you make groups of teachers? How did you handle this problem? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Yeah? Natalia, thank you. Very good question. And then I would like to mention that before that, with scientific department of our university, we tried to have some workshops, seminars with participation of international experts on how to write the like papers and how to submit, how to publish in the highly rated journals. But it was not enough because, you know, it will be online and there are some technical issues can be, and also not in the beginning, not all the university teachers or professors interested, or they were in the class or something like this. It was not really effective, but later, by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and the Innovation Agency, the special course was organized. Course on, this is the offline course, it was offline course on how to publish papers in the high-rated journals. And from our university also, some teachers participated there. It was like a training for trainers, yeah? And not also from our university, but from the other universities also participated. And after graduating this course, the trainers who participated from our university with the how to say, support of our management of the university, they are nowadays also, it's continuing this course that they are organizing the special course on how to write paper on and submit on the high-rated journals. They are, and this is the students, not only PhD students, but also teachers are first registered on the course. Afterwards, they are participating, only registered participants they are participating, and university pays the salary for the trainers from our university, because it's like the motivation for her or for him to teach the other professors and teachers. And this nowadays we can see on the number, not only number, but quality of the papers which nowadays our professors are publishing in the journals. In such way, we are somehow motivating our professor teachers. And not only this, costs of the publication costs are covered by our university as well. If it's in the Q1 and Q2, of course, it depends on the cost, but Q3 and Q4 journals also covered, the cost covered by the university. This is like of course, motivation for our teachers. And you know, we have a system that 30-60, like there is an indicator if they publish in the high-ranked journals and they have extra salary, extra money to their salary, right? There is a such system in our country. Yeah, and publishing in the high-ranked journals affect their salary as well, on the other hand.
Is that a TPI as well?
Yeah, TPI as well, sure. Good. Thank you. Yes, please.
Very much. Thank you.
That's one second.
You mentioned that like, by 2030, step by step become university coding. But according to the order, it's supposed to be university CV. So, are you sure that, you can do that? And what is the one study in university for, and what do you consider the university in terms of, making details? University one, two, three, four, five, or second or certified?
Thank you. On the resolution of the Uzbekistan at 2030, yeah, there is a point that 10 universities should be in the 2000, and also they should move to University 4.0. Means that most of us will know that, of course, the digitalization and also industry university partnership is important on this issue. I think 3 years ago, we had a university's manual book, I would say, named TIAME 4.0. And on this manual that, which I mentioned, we did by chairing writing this book, and he, together with the team, they put all the factors, all the indicators which we should achieve in order to get this University 4.0. And the Uzbekistan, all Uzbek universities, I would say, notice many universities are trying to be competitive somehow, or to improve their results according to the ranking agencies. That's why I would say that this is quite a realistic goal for the Uzbek universities, that up to 2030, the 10 universities can be, of course, I'm sure, included in the 2000.
So I got the point. So your university is like aiming to become 4.0. That was like the second part of the question. So what do you consider yourself right now? What is the indications? Your university, if you are by 2030, you are going to be 4.0. Now you should be at level what?
About the digitalization, I would say that nowadays.
I'm sorry, it's not about digitalization, it's about digits, like University 1, University 2.0. On your paper, it says that you are going to be 4.0. So in that digits, not digitalization.
3.0.
So you are now 3.0.
Thank you.
So any more questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For implementing the study, then usually only 2 universities they had such results, yes, and one of the leading ranking was that belongs to your university, and for the other universities in our country, I think we can take your case study as a one basic step. Which can make the others as you have to make a presentation. It is a good we should take some things in order to be on the top, but we can think globally, but we should think locally. Yes, we should say yes, we should act locally, because many national context, some invisible factors, it's really important in stepping up the global ranking. So it is a high time to breakout session, yes, and if I'm not mistaken, everyone you had in advance some handouts, yes. with some questions with, yes, the breakout session number one headline and three different questions. There will be like a collective group work and our expert, Ellen Hazelford, she will lead the breakout session, please. Yes.
The idea is that there's whatever number really the break into groups, four number, sorry, three groups is only this is the group there. And maybe this is the group here. Okay, here, and this is a group there. I'm not picking numbers, but small, and just, it's really trying to discuss some of the issues, so this was on the advantages and disadvantages of ranking, I just have to get my somebody else, so, there's a couple, so this is attached in a page that you should have. And it's got, you know, what are the advantages, the disadvantages, just discuss it, there's no right answers, it's about trying to just talk about the issues. And see how good we're making for doing against these things, such as improving quality, allocating resources. What are the advantages and disadvantages? And then if you turn it over, you know, if you were the president of your country or your university or a senior leader of your university, which of these types of indicators that are listed there do you think would be most helpful or not helpful for achieving your objective? So, you know, spend maybe 10 minutes on one question and 10 minutes maybe on the second, but it's really just to think about some of the things that have been discussed during the day.
Are we not staying away or can we have any break? Oh, we don't know, it's up to you.
Well, we're just looking at it at the time, so maybe, I don't know.
Okay, 5 minutes.
By the time you get into your group, what's that going to be that? But you probably need to come out to this.
One person will lead them, the group.
Yeah, yeah.
One way will be the leader one.
Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah, I think go into it, I think I'm over that.
What about the rest? What they understand them already. Yes, also what is it, what you have said, what's one of the documents, they also they can give something.
Yeah. So then we have this group here. If you, it's a bit awkward on seating the way it is. That, or you can sit down here. Okay, there's a small there. So if you think of more for tomorrow.
Nasıl ulaşım gerekir fazla lazım. Bir hafta gittiğine lazım. Fakat ama görüyor gerekmez.
Excuse me. Can I speak? Does anybody listening to me? Hello.
Hello.
I got a question. Can you send all this presentation to our emails
Yes, yes.
or to my Gmail? I can send the address here.
Okay, that would be very great. If you can send your email, we will directly send it to you.
Just a sec, I'm typing.
We have the emails, in registration, we will send it. Yes, we will send them. We have your emails because you have registered before, and we will send it to you, to your email. What presentation?
Yes, this is my Gmail. You can send here.
And all
Thank you.
the presentation that's gonna be presented tomorrow, if it's possible, of course.
Of course, we will do it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much. I
Thanks
want
so
to
much.
express my deepest gratitude towards the host of that seminar because I find it very interesting and impactful. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. We also appreciate your participation.
Thank you so much. Eagerly waiting the tomorrow's presentation.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. We will send it to you very quickly as soon as possible. So right now, yes, right now there is a breakout session number 1. And we have sent you a Word format. So there is a discussion in our group. Exactly, the expert divided into 3 groups and they are discussing these questions. So if you have any feedback or if you are eager to express your opinion about the questions, you are welcome as well. After 10 minutes, we will start discussion. And about presentations, you shouldn't worry, all applicants who are in Zoom, we will send you all presentations which will be presented in our sessions. And then we will ask people. So, and then it's from each group leaders will represent their opinion. Who will be the first one? Can we start from these two? Or from there? If you do not mind, you yeah. Okay, we have prepared this discussion in our group, so we didn't come with the black and white answers. It was very mixed. For the first question about the advantages and disadvantages of rankings for equality, as Ellen you discussed during the presentation, it's a very ambiguous definition of quality, and each stakeholder, each organization understands the quality in its own way. So if you don't know what the quality is, how can you improve it by entering the rankings? So we decided that it's hard to identify the advantages and disadvantages for this. For the benchmarking performance, we saw that it has advantages because you can compare yourself with your peers in terms of publications and citations, but also these rankings, they have very limited number of indicators, so it means that you will compare yourself across a very limited number of indicators which would not grasp the full picture. For aiding strategic planning, as also we discussed during the presentation, strategic planning should be based on your own strengths, weaknesses, and also the priority of your region, your country, or your city. So it's not more about rankings, but it's more about serving your population, serving your society, and not about performing well in the ranking. So it's kind of not helpful. Then assessing academic performance through recruitment and promotion. It also has disadvantage because we could hire foreign teachers with very good performance and fire our local teachers, but it's not the aim. So we need to develop our local population first, and that's why we thought that it would have an advantage if we use it as an external stimuli for our own researchers. And for our academic to say, okay, see, if we have an external pressure, we need to improve our quality. So please take this training, how to improve the research activity, how to write better publication, and so on. So in this way, we have advantages. Then allocating resources. It's also controversial because it should be based on your strategic plan and your own mission and priorities, and not on the rankings. Identifying partner institutions. We discussed that now some decrees require us to choose universities based on their performance in rankings, but the disadvantage could be that we choose a university based on their position in rankings, but probably it's not a good fit for our university and for our own priorities. and boosting global international prestige and reputation. I think that rankings are of advantage here definitely because it's more about marketing. So we have a good position in the ranking, and it in turn boosts our reputation because our universities and students look at these tables, which are subjective as we discussed, but still it would help us to attract good students and also good teachers to our university.
Thank you very much. Let's stop it as one and get the other groups. So we all start that same topic?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll come back. Then we'll come back to that question two. Okay, so you two. Very good.
I think I will answer this more or less close to the. So, of course, we thank to the rankings and the quality. Of course, there are some advantages and disadvantages on that. I think that one of the disadvantages of the rankings to the quality is that sometimes universities can spend a lot of things. And as a result, going to education and cycle. When it comes to advantages, of course, it's good to have an understanding of best practices in universities. Compare with both universities. It's why sometimes also can be beneficial. Benchmarking performance is the same. We believe that university rankings would be good to have a benchmark. This is what you can have a picture with the universities and giving up in certain areas. And I think that the rankings people can get to them. But sometimes in good comparison, you can choose the wrong university, the wrong area. Because it's very hard to differentiate, for example, between especially in the tech side that have too many narrow universities. For example, some of them they're only science websites, so on and so forth. So choosing the correct benchmark and the correct university to compare is very important. So next one. About strategic learnings. I agree about this point and what meant by the previous team. And I also believe that, as you mentioned in your presentation, that the planning, and especially strategic planning, should be done solely related and considering the university's strong points and also weaknesses. Strategies should not be just in terms of rankings, but of course we can use rankings as a tip to some extent, but the strategy should not be solely rankings. Same for identifying priorities. Rankings does not provide us with pure priorities because it assesses only limited things, but should be done and vice versa. We identify priorities first and then and assessing academic performance, improvement, and promotion. I think rankings help especially research defense. Because it also uses research as the main indicator Same goes to recruitment and promotion because university rankings helps promote some of the universities. And some of the universities will listen to the national rankings website. There are some universities already listed, like promotion. So some of the international students they take that university and as a result they allocating resources. I think universities should not use rankings as a tool to consider the allocation of their resources, because as we discussed previously, they should be managed. And I think this is about the rankings and school allocate the resources, because imagine they invest in maybe in one, let's say, metric on the methodology, and then next year methodology change and there's new metrics, and then it's the waste of money as a result. So identifying partner institutions, in this case, I think rankings can help some of the universities to find partners, and because it's good to where there's a selection of universities in different fields. I think here, especially the subject rankings would be very beneficial for universities to find their partners, because in some cases we can see that universities want to have joint degrees, joint applications, and so on and so forth, but they already have their priorities to what fields they want to have some innovation, and especially subject rankings in this case, I think would be very beneficial. And boosting global international decision registration, I think this is one of the advantages of rankings that they can have. This marketing, this branding, this positioning, this targeting, then the other business related matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, previous speakers, and we're going to be quite short. I'm not against the rankings, but I think that why not should be very obsessed with that. If we consider the points here, improving, I totally agree what you said already. I'm not going to repeat that. This is a presentation of the presentation and everything has been said. The thing is, improving quality can be advantage or disadvantage. As national value that government assesses the quality, I totally agree. But it all depends on the manager. All depends on the manager or director or the management. We've got the saying in Uzbekistan. Plov, hello, posh. It's like a very tasty meal, right? The ingredients are the same, but the way you cook it might be different. So the point here is, there might be several points, but you can't improve the quality. It might be an advantage. Depends on the management, how you're going to use it. So if this rankings will help universities of Uzbekistan become the best, why not? But being obsessed and like thinking all about the numbers without the quality and the essence of it, it's pointless, waste of time and money and the rest. So the main issue is like, yes, we find competitiveness. Of course, planning is very important, but it should be customer oriented. I mean, the student oriented. We shouldn't forget what is helpful in this. It's not ranking. For God's sake, it is about the making sure that the human capital of the countries is like on the top. But if people are obsessed with the ranking and the numbers, we're not paying attention more into the topics and how updated the subjects which are delivered. So it's about numbers, now, but we have to make sure that the planning and all the points which are mentioned here, can be positive and negative as well. All depends on in whose hands are these points. But in reality, it's all about the managers, the leaders, the skills. And I'm supporting universities which want to use these points and become the leading university, which is giving the up-to-date, usable knowledge and making sure that the university producing the graduates who can find job after graduating. It's not about only just name, but the quality, we should be quality. And it's like complex and very hard work. And we should mind the this point rather than just like but I will comment about the quality who are like going to. Thank you very much.
So, maybe we'll just take some views from online. Just, two quick responses, or three quick responses, about, benchmarking and being able, and some institutions use it and say, I'm sitting here at, I'm just gonna make up a number, 700. What are the institutions involved in working? You know, insofar as the numbers are getting set, is there a group there that somewhat, or are there institutions within that group that are similar to you? Now, as you pointed out, there's many of the universities in Uzbekistan are discipline based. So that does have a challenge. There are other strategies for the job, but anyway, that does make a challenge. Although there are faculties, and this is necessary because they're not subject based. And you look at subject based, but nonetheless, people do that. I mean, I'm just saying that is good as a strategy, how you and people do deliberately, and we deliberately sort of saying, who can I partner with? We kind of say kind of issue. And I expect the other way you could say is that, okay, it's one piece of data that fits into our strategic thinking. A piece of data that fits in and what we learn from it and and I guess this is where I would just, I mean, just have a lot of rankings units in their institutions and I'm speaking, I'm not talking about your jobs, but my role is I always see this being provocative. So there's no point telling me like, do I even know? So I'm always provocative. But one of the things that developed in the US long ago and is now an increasing feature of European universities is establishing an institutional research unit. So it is a unit for data and data collection. I did mention this on a slide, but I didn't talk about it specifically. But institutional research units are those that collect data. They may collect your basic data, graduation grades, numbers of students, and so on. But they may also do graduate surveys, do employer surveys, do other types of stuff. But their role ultimately is to feed into the strategic process. Some of them, because they're doing all that, then have a niche, have another little sub role in the ear, that they provide data for rankings, or government departments are they always looking for data. If you're in Finland, your data goes in every night into the mainstream. There's a fast speed, everyone's data goes into the mainstream every night. But what I'm saying is that these institutional research units have a wider strategic focus than just data. So you might consider renaming your group to provide that as opposed to being the rankings and providing some other data. It becomes now a strategic unit. That there's the rankings of the subset or the yourselves. But anyway, so I'm just going to ask the group online, and I have it suggested that we'll take the second question as part of the breakout session first thing in the morning. Are we going to do that breakout session for 2 in the morning? Yeah. So that's going to ask some questions about strategic choices. And we might then use that in the breakout indicators at that stage. Yeah. So maybe we might turn to your group online. And so, can you hear us? Can you see that?
Yok yok. Hop hop.
So dear guests, dear participants, now we'll have the Q&A session. If you have any question, please raise your hand in your Zoom. So we will give the floor to you.
Yes. And if you want to have any responses to these kind of breakout session questions, question one, that would be good.
Definitely. Yes, everything's clear.
Everything's okay.
Yes. Good, good, good. So at the end, we will have the QR code for the tour. So we will evaluate each day of STEM seminar. So please, can you show this our QR code? Yes, this one. So dear guests and participants, scan this QR code and evaluate the first day of this STEM seminar. So it helps us to improve our STEM seminar for the upcoming events.
Well, thank you very much for being so attentive. I'm hugely impressed. 100 people still online at the end of the day. Goodness, and thank you all very much for this. Over to you.
Okay, so it is over for the first day. So thank you for everyone that you are here with us from the early morning till the 4 p.m. And I think, yes, for online also, our listeners, thank you so much that you are here with us. So there are still so many Zoom listeners from different regions, from different countries. That's why thank you so much that you are attentive and listening for all lecturers' speech. We really appreciate it. And our tomorrow also at 10 a.m. Yes, we will start. Please join with the same Zoom link. And for people who are here, thank you once again. I think it was really beneficial and enriching day. We enriched with some insightful discussion. We gave it so much, and it was really important topic. And thank you so much. You are also really exhausted, but still, irrespective of that fact, you can really anything lectures. Thank you very much.